multiple parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal. Let's see if it pays off for them.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
A what now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
That's too much, man!
Come on!
Go hot right now.
Follow the rich white man.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Zuckerbucks, illegal.
I did everything right and they
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Oh, never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just
That's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
This is a
Well, here we are again. Floating. Somewhere between Earth. That deep dark void that we call space. So much to do tonight. It's been a real long time since we had any stream that wasn't just about the election that we have an incredible amount to talk about, truly. So, we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. This journey could be dangerous. Good to see all of you. Unfortunately, I've lost 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's 1, 2, 3. Charles Dickens. Who was Charles Dickens? Oh, right. Mozzie was quoting Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities, but his own sort of flair. Mono up 2, PB3. Aaron W. a close fourth. I see you, Robot Cat. Bob Carmody. Oh, Noip with a super sticker. First person to utilize these supers. Much appreciated. A megastar. Something seems different. Donald James with the super chat. Thank you. See, everybody's finding the chats and the stickers already so quick. Let's see, who else is here? I see Donald James and X. Yes, right, at least you know the sticker. B-Cat. Narwhal by Nature with a super chat. Are you the first to go where no chatter has gone before? Well, technically, I think yes, because no chatter has donated $10 or one chat yet. It's the first stream ever where we are actually monetized. That's right. I see series in chat. Is it series or serious? I've always wondered how you pronounce that. Trevor Borens. I think I got through everybody. Oh, Schmegley. And Schmegley. Oh, and Schmegley did a chat in there. $5 Canadian. Oh my god, indeed. Alright, well I guess we better get right to it. Oh, and Aaron Flies with a resub on Prime, taking Jeff Bezos' money and giving it directly to yours truly. As always, much appreciated. Best way to use your Prime subscription is to subscribe to this channel. Alright, we're gonna start this off real easy on the first vid, and then it's gonna get weird real quick.
Don't be creepy.
Well, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But let's first start here, because people are already preparing for a particular holiday, which is coming up in about 2 weeks now. Right? Am I doing the math right on that? That's right. Thanksgiving is around the proverbial corner, and they are preparing for the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade already. And guess what? They got some new additions. The fancy balloons they're going to be having at the parade. Let's take a look. Ooh, Spidey. Looks like we got Spidey in the mix.
We're excited about this year's collection of brand new balloons. We have Marshall from Paw Patrol. We've got the extraordinary Nora with Elf on the Shelf. We've got Goku, Gabby from Gabby's
Goku.
Dollhouse,
Very
the one
fancy.
and only Minnie Mouse, and of course, Spider-Man making a brand new debut with a brand new balloon this year at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Today we're here at East Rutherford testing out our balloons for the first time in real-world conditions. We've been building these balloons over the last 8 to 12 months.
Hair and
today's our first opportunity
facial
to
hair
fly
game are
them,
on point.
see how they react. With wind and real-world conditions, it also gives our balloon handlers an opportunity
Like,
to start to understand.
I don't know why I bring it up, but it's like the first thing I noticed when I looked at this guy. I'm like, God damn. Somebody spent some time this morning in the mirror.
To fly them, see how they react. With wind and real-world conditions, it also gives our balloon handlers an opportunity to start to understand the movements along with our flight management team. So today is both our first opportunity to reveal our collection of balloons, but it also is an opportunity for us to train the team that's going to be bringing them down the parade route on Thanksgiving morning.
I just realized why this guy's whole vibe is so clean. I think he must be Macy's representative. That makes perfect sense. He's got the Ray-Ban glasses and all of that. Now it's all making sense now. It just didn't make sense initially. I was like, good God, this guy really dressed up for the parade. Not even the parade, but the parade practice, right? It just seemed weird. And then I realized this guy was specifically sent here as a PR representative. Okay, it's all coming together now, chat. All right, let's move back on to real things. I just figured we'd start it off light because it's the weekend and, you know, it's been a tough week and we're about to get just right into it. We're about to get right into it. Here we go. Let's start off with this. This happened, I don't know if you missed this. This was a few days ago in Nashville, Tennessee. Here's a very disturbing story. We're not going to get directly into the election quite yet. First hitting a few stories before we do that, but don't worry, we'll be getting there real quickly.
A terrifying plan to blow up a TVA substation right here in Nashville. 24-year-old Skylar Filippi was taken into custody by the FBI at a power plant just like this one, the night he planned to blow up the energy facility, quote, like a 4th of July firework. When he was arrested, the Columbia man with ties to violent white supremacist groups believed he was moments away from flying a drone strapped with explosives into the substation, according to the Department of Justice. Since midsummer, the FBI has been watching him. They report he scouted locations, built a drone, and bought several pounds of C4 explosives and black powder for pipe bombs. Undercover agents were with him when he tested out his drone the same day the attack was planned. This photo shows Filippi with 2 agents before he left an area hotel to carry out his plan. There's been an uptick in plots by extremists to attack the power grid. Come to find out, hundreds of attacks are planned every year. CBS News reports the onset of the pandemic, social tension, and economic challenges have been motivators. The FBI says
it's a fucking disturbing. I don't know if anybody else is as disturbed as I am by this and the fact that this is barely. I don't think I've heard anybody talk about this yet. But I mean, like, this kind of stuff is going on. You know, this is from 3 days. So this is literally the day of the election, or was it the aftermath? Might have been the day after, I guess. But that's the day that this story came out. So I think it happened on the day of the election. Just wild. By the way, we should have also this is just, I don't know why I remember this, but I should have somebody mentioned in chat. What do you have to do to get memberships? I looked it up, and I believe we will have access to memberships any day now. Somebody said that it just for whatever reason you get super chats first, and then a few days later, you'll probably get those memberships without really doing anything. So I'm just waiting for that to happen. We will have memberships soon, and I will try and get on adding sweet space emotes for everybody to enjoy along with those memberships very soon. So hopefully by either, I did the math on it, I'm thinking maybe tomorrow or Monday, potentially that soon. We'll see. Let's finish the story.
This attack could have left thousands of Americans and critical infrastructure like hospitals without power. Filippi is charged with attempted use of a weapon of mass destruction and attempted destruction of an energy facility. If convicted, the suspect faces a maximum penalty of life in prison. In Nashville, Hannah McDonald, News Channel 5.
Okay. Let's move. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Why don't I remember to do
racist text messages raised alarms this week nationwide.
Yeah, we are going to get to that in a second. If you just
men, women, and students.
Please pause. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Yeah, that was just a disturbing fucking story. It seems to be a certain group of people that seem to be doing this kind of thing. Planning these kinds of things over and over again. I'll give you a hint. It rhymes with flight rememberists. Just making up words over here. Let's, yeah. And I saw that you have 20 likes. You have a Fletcher, and whoever 12 is, I just gotta switch that over in a second. Now let's go to this also very disturbing story that came out yesterday. Here's the Associated Press about a spat of very concerning text messages.
So racist text messages raised alarms this week nationwide as they were sent to Black men, women, and students, some of which who were middle schoolers. This has prompted the FBI.
Okay, I'm trying. This is a very serious story, and you're over here with super chats like that. How do you expect me to stay serious about that? How do you expect me to stay serious right now when you're making funny super chat jokes? Take two.
So racist text messages raised alarms this week nationwide as they were sent to Black men, women, and students, some of which who were middle schoolers. This has prompted the FBI and civil rights organizations like the NAACP to monitor and assess the situation. The messages, which were sent anonymously, were reported in states like New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Alabama. These texts generally used a similar tone, but they varied in wording. Some of the texts would instruct the recipient to report to a particular location at a particular time, and the addresses in question, they were allegedly plantations. And then these recipients were told that they were going to be put in specific groups, plantation groups. In some of these messages, they cited President-elect Donald Trump's win.
You know, I gotta say something to you people. And this may be painful for you to hear right now. I don't know if you saw this story. Me personally, because I am basically subjected to every news story on the internet, because I'm subscribed to practically every news outlet on the planet. I don't know if you saw this disturbing story, but Moo Dang predicted a Donald Trump victory in some sort of a mock election at the zoo, and ever since then, I mean, you don't have to. You are your own people. You're your own person. If you're listening to this, don't let what I'm saying take away your enjoyment. But for me personally, I don't know if I can ever get past that. I don't know if I feel like that might have been what swayed the election. All right, I'm kidding. Really, there's literally no way Moo Dang swung the election.
Plantation groups. In some of these messages, they cited President-elect Donald, and they added that some of the recipients would be chosen to pick cotton. Now, it is still unclear who is behind these texts, and there's no comprehensive list of where they were sent. So the FBI said it was in touch with the Justice Department on the messages, and civil rights groups such as the NAACP and the Lawyers Committee said that they are still monitoring the situation.
So yeah, if you missed what happened just now because of my Moo Dang talk, or because somebody distracted you in real life, that was a horrifying story about people, specifically black people, receiving text messages over the last couple of days, all essentially directing them to go pick cotton at former plantations, giving them coordinates and addresses, things like that. That's just a slice of the sort of horrific language that was sort of directed at people that received these texts, but it is certainly representative. I don't even understand how this is where we're at right now. Yeah. It's just, Donald Trump wins 2 insane acts of extremism back to back. I don't think any of us should be shocked, but here I am, still just utterly... Whatever, let's move on. Maybe Mark Robinson's behind it. Oh, shit. Goddamn.
Would you jump up?
Alright, let's go here. If you missed this, we talked about this on a early morning stream we did earlier this week. I think it was Friday morning. So I guess it was just yesterday. But not a lot of people made it to that stream, so I figured we'd watch at least a couple of the things that we watched then now. So let's go here now to Democracy Now! They had on Ralph Nader to discuss the state of the Democratic Party in the wake of this election loss. This was from a few days ago, right after the election.
This is Democracy Now! DemocracyNow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we continue to look at Donald Trump's victory over Kamala Harris and the Republicans taking control of the Senate, we don't know yet about the House. We're joined by Ralph Nader, the longtime consumer advocate, corporate critic, four-time presidential candidate, author of many books, including most recently, Let's Start the Revolution, Tools for Displacing the Corporate State and Building a Country that Works for the People. Ralph Nader is the founder of the monthly newspaper, The Capitol Hill Citizen. Ralph, thanks so much for joining us. Your response to Donald Trump's victory. It looks like he not only won the Electoral College.
You know, one thing that neither Amy nor Ralph brings up during this, which I think would have been worthy for the sort of initial synopsis that she always gives, was the fact that Ralph Nader was once blamed for a Democratic election loss not that long ago.
Will win the popular vote this time, as he didn't in the 2 past elections.
Well, Amy and Juan, there's going to be a lot to digest here. This is a collapse of the Democratic Party. They didn't get their vote out that they wanted. They were several million votes below what they expected, and of course that made the difference in an electoral college system in the swing states. But the problem is much more serious than that. Basically, we now are a country under a dictatorial corporate state. Trump is basically a magnet and a trap for the Democrats. They spent tens of millions of dollars on ads going after Trump instead of going after the 4 years that Trump deep six so many critical issues and positions in his term as president. So the problem is it's so many variables here to deal with. It all started, Amy, when the Democrats abandoned half the country to the red states. That's devastating. Then they started getting corporate cash in 1979, dialing for the same commercial values. That blurred their difference from the New Deal type Democrats to the corporate Democrats. Then they contracted out the election to these corporate conflicted profiteering consulting firms, which the mass media never seemed to want to investigate in this campaign. And then they abandoned public media. Basically, they abandoned radio to the Rush Limbaughs and created the Reagan Democrats. And then they never learned from their mistakes. They didn't learn from the mistakes of Hillary Clinton in 2016. Then they never fire anybody after they lose in one state after another. To horrendous, the worst Republican Party in history. And so what is the message that they gave to the American people?
Seriously.
The message is Trump is terrible and you can't.
Trump is terrible and we're going to try and be try as much like him as we possibly can while still maintaining that we are Democrats.
how bad the Republican Party is. It's too general a message, just simple.
Yeah, and like once again, though, like it doesn't help when you have Kamala Harris, sort of embracing so many right-wing ideas and things, and giving credence to so many right-wing talking points during the campaign. Didn't help. Certainly didn't help, because if you're going to do that, then they're going to accept the right-wing solutions, not democratic solutions for stuff like that, You have to push back on it and then say, if you have a problem with this is what you need to do. But that didn't happen nearly enough. Partly is because they didn't have 2 debates. But that's certainly not the only reason. They had plenty of time.
A vast majority of people think corporations have too much control over their lives. They didn't fill the blanks.
True.
Denial of health care benefits.
That is one of the most, what's the word? No, that's the wrong word. Like, ubiquitous, sort of universally accepted sort of political beliefs out there, regardless of whether or not you're Republican or Democrat. People hate the fact that corporations have such control over their lives. It's just true. It's true. And the fact that they didn't lean into that, instead leaning into billionaires like, J.B. Pritzker and Mark Cuban, and I'm pretty sure Oprah and Beyonce are billionaires, there's rather than speaking to that message, which would have resonated with so many people, they decided a different path.
They didn't fill the blanks on a living wage. They didn't fill the blanks on cracking down on corporate crooks. They didn't fill the blanks on reversing a tax system which undertaxes the very wealthy and the big corporations. They didn't reverse themselves really on trade. They didn't know how to rebut Trump on immigration. And we called the people coming in rapists, criminals, drug traffickers, etc. Instead of saying, well, they're fleeing oppressive countries that are backed by the U.S., dictators and oligarchs in Central and South America. They didn't say that millions of Americans trust immigrants to harvest their food, to care for their children, to care for elderly, to provide critical services that nobody wants to work in the U.S. So they
that's a great point, BB. And I think you've been watching this channel long enough that we probably heard me talking about how we could have had a primary way back at the beginning of these streams, and how Joe Biden should have stepped out and had a primary, but if he wasn't going to, there was no, you can't force the man out. He had to step down, which eventually happened. I'm sure you remember when I said, remember when James Zogby came on to Democracy Now! To talk about how there should be a primary after he dropped out. That didn't happen either. And, well, here we are now.
There's such a bill of particulars against this.
And I'm sure most people here remember when Joe Biden ran on a one-term presidency at stopping Joe Biden. At stopping Joe Biden. Joe Biden ran on stopping Joe Biden. One-term presidency on stopping Donald Trump, and instead he didn't. He did not stick to his word. And that's partly, at least in part, why we're here. I don't believe we can blame this election on any one thing, right? It is a tapestry of bad decisions the Democratic Party made and people in the Democratic Party made.
Democratic Party. And what's happened, of course, is that millions of people are basically saying, we're sick of throwaway lines. We're sick of not having the government return the benefits of massive taxation to us. We're sick of all we hear about is empire abroad. All we hear about is more military budgets by the Democrats and the Republicans in Congress, giving the generals more than they asked for. eating the public budgets that should be providing public services and public infrastructure in communities all over the country, creating key jobs. Now, we tried to straighten out these Democrats. 24 civic leaders in 2022, going into the present time, tried to tell them how to communicate, what to communicate with all the people, and they didn't listen. The Democratic Party severed any kind of response. That's Nancy Pelosi, that's Chuck Schumer, you name them, with the civic community in Washington.
They didn't wake up until they saw the poll numbers, until after that horrifying debate performance, right? I mean, it's good that she actually took some responsibility for like, you know, pushing Joe Biden to get out. But because it's in some way insulates people on the left in a way that we didn't have in 2016. And I mean, obviously the attacks targeted at the left were disingenuous, but I guess my point is we didn't have such a clear defense in some ways that, you know, we couldn't have been like, it's just a completely different dynamic, and like obviously both arguments were, in my estimation, bullshit, blaming voters, blaming people who had in 2016 supported Bernie Sanders and then chosen not to vote. I mean, because it was almost the same dynamic back then. If you look at it, I should bring up my chart. Where is it? But the point is I mean, she got very similar numbers to what Hillary Clinton got in 2016. And I think that can be, it can be attributed to a lot of different things. It's hard to say. Like I said, it's a tapestry of reasons for why this all happened. But many of the reasons do lie on Democrats ignoring real economic issues, not like just the stock market and unemployment numbers. So the people that are employed can actually afford to live and to have some sort of hope for the future, things like that. I mean, that's certainly one of the biggest things. Obviously, Palestine and the genocide that the United States has been supporting, that people just en masse, especially within the Democratic Party, which is, you would think, would be the number one concern of Democrats in an election, but somehow instead they did not listen. We could attribute that to perhaps AIPAC money in the election, but it's hard to say for sure. Shut up, Mitch McConnell.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason.
Jesus, I say that.
God spared his life.
And the reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness.
Oh my God. Are we going to have to hear that for 4 years? This is going to be... Oh. Wow. I'm sorry. Wow. I missed this on the first go. Holy shit.
And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness.
Donald Trump has defeated Vice President Kamala Harris after she has secured at least 277 electoral votes, surpassing the 270 needed to win the presidency. This comes 4 years after Trump attempted a coup to stay in power and after he was impeached twice and convicted in court. The Republicans have also regained control of the Senate, the House still up for grabs. We'll examine results and look at what 4 more years of a Trump presidency means for the country and the world. All that and more
Immediately, if not
coming
sooner.
up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. Donald Trump is headed back to the White House after defeating Vice President Kamala Harris following a campaign where he vowed to retaliate against his critics and to carry out the largest mass deportation of immigrants in U.S. history. As of this broadcast, Trump secured at least 277 electoral votes, surpassing the 270 needed to win the presidency. Harris has 224 electoral votes. The race was called for Trump after he won the critical swing states of Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Trump's also leading in Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona. Trump is the first convicted felon and at 78 years, the oldest candidate ever elected president. He appears on pace to win the popular vote for the first time after receiving far fewer votes than Hillary Clinton in 2016 and Joe Biden in 2020. Trump's victory comes as the Republican Party has clinched control of the U.S. Senate, shifting the balance of power on Capitol Hill. In West Virginia, Governor Jim Justice won the race to fill the seat vacated by Senator Joe Manchin. In Montana, Republican Tim Sheehy
Sorry, I missed the numbers on that. I was listening to this. I assumed it was a little closer than this. Holy shit. See, this tells you everything about who Joe Manchin was. 69 to 28. Oh my god. It's over 2-1 margins. Oh my god. He beat Glenn Elliott by like 250%. See, that tells you everything about who Joe Manchin was. He was a complete Republican, pretend Democrat, rich asshole.
Follow the rich white man.
To fill the seat vacated by Senator Joe Manchin. In Montana, Republican Tim Sheehy is projected to have beaten the incumbent Democrat John Tester. In Ohio, Republican Bernie Moreno has defeated Democratic Senator
Donald Trump eats so much GMO food. That's one thing that I found hilarious about him giving RFK like this. There's gonna need to be like some sort of like secret McDonald's made in the White House that still has the GMO food in it, because I think if Donald Trump stops eating that food, he might die. His body is built on eating that hormone-fed beef. Like that's his go-to. His body suddenly, like, I mean, I can't imagine what eating, normal. You get what I'm saying? You're like I'm pretty sure if Donald Trump starts eating grass-fed, sort of free-range, chicken and beef, he's in trouble. I don't think that's. I think the hormones are partly what's keeping him alive.
Sherrod Brown. In Nebraska,
like
Republican Senator...
if he doesn't get like enough antibiotics like from eating his McNuggets.
Senator Sherrod Brown. In Nebraska, Republican Senator Deb Fischer held off a challenge from independent Dan Osborne, and the Republicans could win several more Senate races. It remains unclear which party will control the House of Representatives. But in Delaware, Democrat Sarah McBride has been elected the first openly transgender Congress member in U.S. history, defeating Republican John Whalen. In other news, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant, Tuesday, in a surprise move that triggered large-scale protests across Israel. Gallant had publicly disagreed with Netanyahu over a temporary deal to exchange Israeli hostages for Palestinian prisoners. He also insisted Israel carry out a full investigation into the failures that led to Hamas's October 7th attack, something Netanyahu rejected. Netanyahu appointed Israeli Foreign Minister Israel Katz to succeed Gallant. Katz recently led a
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I'm going to move this forward slightly. We cannot watch all 40 minutes of this Democracy Now! Report. I do want to get to the interviews. There we go.
Keeanga-Yamahtta Taylor, let's begin with you in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, which has been decided. Pennsylvania has gone to Trump. Can you share your response to what has taken place?
Well, I have to say that it's on some level, it's shocking that someone like Trump could be back in this position, but it's not really surprising. I've written about really since the Democratic National Convention that the Democratic Party was playing a dangerous game, that essentially downplaying the base in order to reach for new centrist voters to try to appeal to Republicans. And we can
New
see with some of the
voters.
preliminary exit polls that
Which
was
were really,
an
I mean,
failure.
I think she's giving them almost too much credit there. New centrists. I don't think that they existed. I don't think those voters ever, I mean, they either didn't exist or they didn't come out. It's one of the two, right? And if, I don't know, if all of the stuff that the Democrats didn't appeal to them enough to come out to vote, then let's just say this now. Get this out of the way forever, okay? Stop. Never again should Democrats ever even consider doing what they just did and what they've done on other occasions, like with people like Hillary Clinton. You know, the centrist messaging has got to stop. You know, and if you're going to be an alternative to the right, you got to be left. You can't be center. And if you're not going to be that, then we do have to talk about things like a potential movement. Another, like a third party movement. And I know that's insane and people say we don't have time for that, but do we have time to do what we just did again? That would be my response to you. Do we have time to do that again? Because I mean, like, because it's not just that, right? Because like, all right, we had that. Biden wasn't great. He was pretty centrist. Like much of, especially if you want to talk about this in terms of, say, like environmental issues. we have a timeline on how much time we have to deal with that kind of stuff, and I don't think we can sort of, you know, play these sorts of games to the center anymore like this. It just doesn't. It's first off, it's not working. So quit claiming that it does, right? Because that's been the huge sort of, right, like since 2016, especially, the sort of argument is that, oh, you go to the left, it's not popular, it doesn't do well. But now we've seen 2 elections where that failed, their plan failed spectacularly, and maybe it's them who needs to reconsider.
Republicans voted for Republicans, Democrats voted for Democrats. But
kind
I think
of.
overall,
the way she said that.
Oh
my God.
Really,
exactly. She barely could even finish the sentence because Republicans voted for Republicans and Democrats. Well, it doesn't seem like Democrats really even voted for themselves, really.
Democrats. But I think overall, the Democratic Party really underestimated the extent to which lots of people in this country are in crisis. I think that they have insisted for months from when Biden was running throughout that the economy is good, that they had overcome the issues with inflation, and that things were looking up. And those are the voters that they appeal to. But if you look at the exit polls, at least preliminary exit polls, there was a total washout with working class voters. People making between $30,000 and $50,000, people making under $100,000 went to Trump. And I think that there's a rise in homelessness, historically high homelessness from 2023 to 2024, and on pace to exceed that this year. Rent is 20% higher to.
I mean, what's fascinating about that statement, I don't even know if it registered for her in that moment, but the rise in homelessness is also a rise in what is essentially illegal humans in the United States. Because of, in Trump's America, the Supreme Court ruling will stand, like the Grants Pass ruling that makes being homeless illegal, will stand. And that rise in homeless means that there's literally a rise in people who their existence without the necessary money or means to house themselves are now just illegal, just on the basis of their existence.
Than it was in 2020. Hunger, insecurity on the rise compared to even just a year ago. And for even when the extent to the crisis doesn't express itself in that way, in the first quarter of this year, Americans took on $17 trillion in personal debt. And so this is completely unstable. And Kamala Harris had very little to say about that. She was running as an incumbent, trying to distance herself from those aspects of the Biden administration, but really unable to do so, really unwilling to chart a different course, to articulate how things would be different under her administration. And they are really, you know, we
Yeah, and that, in my estimation, is one of the biggest blunders of the campaign. Was it's and Kamala's unwillingness to distance themselves from that, from Joe Biden, a very unpopular president and a very divisive figure. And it wouldn't have been that hard, but she was unwilling to, for whatever reason, in my estimation, this sort of like respect, this sort of, you know, you remember the second that Joe Biden like dropped out, and every single news organization and every single person who had been calling for him to come out of the race practically was like fawning over him to tell him how great he was. That's kind of the vibe I got from her pretty much for all 3.5 months of her campaign. At no point did she feel that she should distance herself from it, for whatever reason. Let's watch a couple more snippets of this Democracy Now! Piece. Hold on.
The campaign, President Trump focused a lot of attention on immigration and on his threats to begin the biggest, the most massive deportation of undocumented in the country's history. Your sense of the results and what this will mean for the immigrant community and progressives overall in the coming weeks and months?
Look, this is a devastating result, and I think people have to recognize it. Donald Trump won by looks like a reasonably comfortable margin in the Electoral College when all is done, although there's still votes out. And
oh my God, this guy is coping so hard.
Over-assessing it. It is possible he'll win the popular vote, although I still think there are a lot of West Coast votes out that definitely.
Dude, this is representative of his entire contribution to this. This guy was coping so. Now, granted, this interview happened right after. This was 3 days ago, like I said. So this one came out literally on Wednesday, when a lot of people I noticed were still genuinely struggling with the numbers. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's keep listening to this.
Get closer and could even still tip it slightly against him. But what we've ended up with now is a situation where Donald Trump, as a president who has very few guardrails, has the potential to take horrific actions.
What guardrails
exist? He tried to do as regards immigrants, refugees.
Can anybody name a single guardrail that exists for Donald Trump right now? Didn't the Supreme Court declare that anything he does as president is a presidential act and therefore immune from prosecution? What keeps him from, I don't know, literally anything? I don't get this guy. I don't get him.
Working class people, people who are in difficult situations across the.
Hold on. We're done. We're gonna move on from this guy.
incoming administration?
Yeah, I think that we have a real problem. I mean, I appreciate the sentiment that John is expressing about the need to be mobilized and to resist now. But, you know, activism and social movements don't often work like that. They're not water faucets where you just turn them off, and then when you need them, you turn them back on. I think that the movement.
But seriously, I know, all joking aside, like I'm being very sarcastic with those sound bites right now, but the point is like she's like right on with this, right? And it is sort of, it's incredibly presumptuous, right? And sort of an elitist belief that you can suddenly get, you know, the populace to get behind you just and get out there because you say so. No, they have to have a reason. People have to have a reason to get off the... If you're a regular person who's living paycheck to paycheck, who is making less than $100,000 a year, who has a job, full-time job, kids, or, and you know, like any of those things, or a combination of those things, you probably don't have a lot of time on your hands, you know, and it's just this sort of out of touch, and it's very frustrating. And I appreciate her pushing back on it so quickly.
They're not water faucets where you just turn them off, and then when you need them, you turn them back on. I think that the movements that we have understood them to be over the previous decade, with something like the Black Lives Matter social movement at its center, have been damaged and have been demobilized. I think in the last election in 2020, that there was so much focus on getting Biden elected and then winning those Georgia Senate races a few months later, that the whole focus of external pressure on elected officials was dissipated, and to such an extent that Biden faced no protest really until the end of the twilight of his term last spring, when the Palestinian solidarity movement exploded in a way because it couldn't be co-opted by the Democratic Party in ways that these other social movements, not necessarily co-opted, but absorbed into the Democratic Party program. Organizers convinced that they had access to the Biden administration, that they had the ear of the Biden administration. And so I think that we actually have a lot of rebuilding to do. I don't think we're going to see the same initial response that we saw in 2017 with the Women's March and the immediate reaction to Donald Trump. There's a lot of rebuilding that has to be done.
We're talking to Princeton University professor Keeanga Yamata Taylor. She's professor of African American Studies there. Keeanga, I am looking at a Semaphore article from May 29th. Its headline, "A Dying Empire Led by Bad People." Poll finds young voters despairing over U.S. politics. And it starts off by saying young voters overwhelmingly believe that almost all politicians are corrupt and that the country will end up worse off than when they were born, according to new polling from Democratic firm Blueprint, obtained exclusively by Semaphore. And I think it's interesting that you raise the protests around Palestine. In a minute, we're going to speak with the Palestinian-American journalist Rami Khouri. But the protests in the spring, that, you know, the encampments across the country, and this feeling that young people have, if you could comment on it, a dying empire led by bad people.
Look, there was a lot of focus on what would happen with Black voters, what would happen on other voters. Harris got wiped out on 18 to 29-year-olds relative to Biden in 2020. I think she was down 22 to 24 points among the youngest voters. These are people who really have this sense of what does the future behold, right? These are young people whose entire lives have been shaped by American wars, American empire, American occupation. Many of them are saddled with debt that they cannot repay, debt that there are no jobs available to them that would allow them
to repay. Are there bones in your ear now?
Exponentially rising rents, laissez-faire housing market, and so it's a very dark, dystopic horizon for young people in this country. And some of the things that provided a sense of hope, you think about the 2020 protests that brought tens of millions of especially young people into the streets, that gave them a sense of vitality, that gave them a sense that they could actually influence the direction of politics and the direction of this country through their own self-activity and organization. And the way that those protests were siphoned into the presidential campaigns of 2020, and the way that people were actively demobilized and told that the access to the Biden administration could produce the goods that they want.
More of this than I was expecting.
And even as that was
going to end it
falling
right now.
apart, even as the Biden administration was unable to follow through on the promises it made, no response, no leadership, no direction.
This whole stream.
And so that is something that is going to have to change, and that it's going to have to come from those people, those young people whose future looks very dark in the hands of others, but that they have the capacity to get organized, they have the capacity to be mobilized, and they have the capacity to change the direction of this country. And so this is a very grim, dark day. And I said before that it's not, I am shocked that this happened, but I'm not surprised. We could see the trajectory of this happening for the last 3 months, but this does not have to be the final chapter. But in turning the page and changing the story,
I'm gonna have to reset the browser.
We have
I'm sorry.
to rethink lots of
it's
what
just
we are doing
completely
in
lagged
terms
out.
of our relationship as
And this is a very, very long,
as part of the left, our
long
relationship to the
interview.
Democratic Party, our inability to act independently, to be completely tied to the electoral ups and downs, the electoral cycle of the Democratic Party. When we look at the
very nice. Omega Star says hydrate. Just in time. Saved by my, I don't know, by my computer. I don't know what exactly just happened, but now browser is working. Okay. All right. Where are we at? I think we have majority report next, if I'm not mistaken. Go by a list. Yeah. Let's go here. Majority report with Sam Cedar from yesterday. Democrats went from hope to hopelessness. I swear to God, if I hear the J word ever, or not ever again, but if I hear it in the next 2 months, we're gonna have a problem.
Barack Obama is directly responsible for so many of these guys who are in Trump's orbit now. Like Obama, and then after 2008, Obama's campaign, which was enormously successful, instead of these guys going on and helping out other Democrats and building up the Democratic Party, they all got rich and joined Google and all the other tech companies. Yeah. And look where that happened. They didn't even have any influence at those companies, because look at the turn of all those tech guys. It's not even like, they went and joined those companies and they were like, some of the biggest backers of Democrats going forward. No, they became more Republican than ever before. Like,
that's the point is that Obama came into office with a mandate. Like we talk about, he came in with a supermajority. He had 60 for a short period, 60 Democratic senators. Can you guys imagine that in 2024? The House, 60 Democrats, and we got very, very little out of that. Biden had a more successful domestic agenda with in one term with a much slimmer majority. So that, you know, this is the kind of thing where that was a failure. That was a failure. And that's just out of bounds about the comment. I know everyone's really upset.
You got to grow up. I'm sorry. People need to grow up and stop interpreting these things as like about their individual legacies of these people. This is about policies taken, and he turned over economic financial policy to Citibank. That happened, and we're living in the economy that was created by that. Thank you. You're welcome, Elon Musk. You're welcome, Peter Thiel. You're welcome, AI. You're welcome, crypto freaks. Because all that free money we created, instead of giving it to people that lost their goddamn home, what does that do for their politics? We gave it to those fucking freaks that are turning to the Republicans. So yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've definitely criticized about the quantitative easing policy, which was enacted during the Obama administration. We talked about it maybe 1 or 2 times on this stream. It's such an old thing now. I mean, they ended it technically, or they started at the ending of that policy in 2015. But in the wake of that, nobody went to jail, and instead of making sure that people who were affected by that, regular people who were affected by that, had money, they made sure bankers had that money. I mean, that's all it really did. The quantitative easing policy, all it really did was lower costs for bankers, which was this sort of trickled down economic theoretical theory that if you made money cheap for bankers, then they would loan it out to people. Right, and I think it was pretty misguided, honestly, because really all it did was inflate stock prices and home prices, and I mean, maybe that's helped some people, but it's not the majority of people, because the majority of people don't own a vast amount of stocks or a home.
What does that do for their politics? We gave it to those fucking freaks that are turning to the Republicans. So yeah, I have a problem with Bush. I also have a problem.
And the other problem with home values, is that the only way to tap into them is to either take out a loan against your property or to sell it, right? And so unless you happen to own many properties, which in case is a completely different situation, that's not your home, you're an investor at that point. But whatever, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting them too much.
By Obama, and I think actually, look, we keep talking about the structural problems in this country. In my lifetime, Democrats have actually won the White House a number of times. Bill Clinton won 2 elections. Barack Obama won 2 elections.
Matlack was fired up the last few days. He has been. And I think it's, honestly, especially for a guy like Matlack, who's been in this space for as long as he has, right, to have been told, this very narrative we've been talking about how leftism is so unpopular and blah, 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 how we need to go and be more centrist, and how that completely just failed in front of all of our eyes. And the majority report has, made a decision, just like I did in the course of this election, that regardless of some of our clear criticisms that we have for the administration, since Kamala Harris is part of that, she clearly, but the point is they, and I also have all sort of gotten behind the Kamala Harris, and she's done. We had a lot of hopes at the beginning, right? I don't know if you remember me talking about it, but hopes about her pushing for some of these leftist policies she had espoused at one point. None of that came to fruition. Instead, she just pushed to the right. She pushed to the center. She pulled out Liz Cheney. She pulled out all the right wing stops, if you will, on the border and everything else. And look how it turned out. And I understand why Matt's mad. I'm a little upset. trying to keep it together, but yeah.
Joe Biden won an election, and they fucking squandered it in the exact same way every time. And the clock is ticking on all this stuff, on inequality, on the social pathologies that get worse. The more people have to serve capitalists to pay the rentiers that stand between them and, say, a college education or a place to put their head at night.
Going off what you said in terms of it's not about these individuals' legacies. I mean, it is incredible how people seem to, and not just people who are voters or this is what we saw with Kamala Harris. Her inability to just throw Joe Biden under the bus for her own benefit so she can become president of the United States is what ended up really hurting her. Like, they're so concerned with each other, all the people up top, all the people in the club, all the people in the elite club that they're in. Oh, don't want to hurt Joe Biden's legacy. Don't want to hurt his feelings. Who gives a fuck?
But
like,
that's to the point about that, though. That's what maybe works for Trump. Him going after Democrats and Republicans.
Right.
Works for Bernie too.
Developing a like this old, like, almost, you know, celebrity worship of these political dynasties of Obama, and, like, you know, that does nothing. That does nothing, and it's so individualistic and against what and insufficient to combat the right, by which we need political movements which mean community, not celebrity figureheads that we have to protect.
It also inherently shifts the burden onto the voter. And a lot of that legacy stuff and legacy building is why after Kamala loses, after running a not so great campaign, people talk about how the voters failed her. And like, it's that like subtle shifting of burden from like the Democrats being the party responsible for winning and convincing people to support them, to everyone else having the responsibility to wake up to the fact that the Democratic Party is so good, despite a lot of evidence to the contrary, is, you know, it's just part of that legacy building argument that they feel like they deserve. They feel like the Democratic Party is like a real job where if you work it for 10 years, you automatically deserve to be promoted to a position of authority. But no, like, there's a really big public component to that. And you can't shy away from that public component. Even if you think 50% of Americans are stupid, that just means that you have to do more work on the ground to educate them. And that education can't start, you know, even 2 years out from the election with like a bunch of blitz ads in each battleground state. It has to start from like a foundational change in how we teach, you know, civil culture in this society. Like, a lot of the ways in which we teach society, the way we teach kids, the way we teach history.
Yeah, no, seriously. And the education system has failed us. I don't know if you saw my fucking post that I did earlier. Was it yesterday? I don't remember when it was. But I had searched Kamala Harris, was it a Kamala Harris something? And what came up first, the very first thing that came up in the search terms was Kamala Harris speech, where speech was spelled like peach, P-E-A-C-H. And it was just like, it broke me. Like, it broke me inside for something so important. And sure, is that going to change anything necessarily? In terms of the information, no. But like, for that to be the top search term, to be a misspelling of an incredibly important event, like, I was just like, this is you know, we rely a little too much on the wrong things in this society. We need to fix the broken education system, yesterdoodle.
Just the erasure of like black and brown and, you know, LGBTQ people, but just the lessons that we are supposed to derive from history inherently build up mythology that supports Republican viewpoints, conservative viewpoints. Like, it's the left has a hard time advocating leftist policies because they lack cultural legibility to a country that is fed
libs are still crying Hillary was robbed. At least I've never done this before. It's the first time, so write it down. What day is it? October 9th. It's the first time I've ever said anything good about Hillary Clinton. Well, this isn't even really a good thing. It's just factual. It's just factual. At least Hillary won the popular vote.
Steady diet of like far right and, well, center right to far right propaganda.
I mean, more information. Adjusted for inflation, the median household income was slightly lower in 23 than in 19.
Yeah. I was feeling hopeful after our first interview, and now I feel like throwing up. But let's just read like 3 more IMs, and then we'll get out of here.
You know what I said last night?
These conversations are good, honestly.
I mean, I think it feels. It feels like a few shades darker. Definitely. It also feels a little bit clearer. And less foggy. I
don't feel that way.
I think the route is clear. I think what failed is clear, and I think that people need to be addressed as working people first, and not some sort of hybrid middle class centaur that Democrats want to make them.
100%. But my fears are like, this is shock doctrine. There's an open There's an open power vacuum. There's no clear leader of the Democratic Party. And my fear is I have like very little faith that lessons get learned. Like Trump hasn't taught any. I mean, we have to make it so that's the case.
We need people to run for office.
Yeah.
Like the actual people that are already there aren't going to learn anything that their donors don't want them to.
I think you have to feel comfortable with taking it to the Democratic Party establishment as a leftist, and not just a leftist, news media commentator, but as somebody, who wants to run for office. I'm not the first person to say it. I think Matt Christman said it right after 2016, but it bears repeating. A lot of these battles need to be fought at the very, very local level, where you can not just win, but shape people's opinions about the leftist ideology on a scale that will actually meaningfully and quickly influence their lives. Whether that's
build experience.
Build experience, whether that's school board, whether it's other types of local community organizations. There just has to be a lot.
Yeah, he makes a good point. And, I think that's one of the places where I think people struggle to some degree, because they have to deal with people that they see on a regular basis who they may not like or whatever else. But, politics isn't always comfortable. And this is a good point, and, we do need people running for election. And I think it's just, I think it's complicated in this, in this climate for people, because running for election invites a lot of stuff that I think people just don't want to deal with. And certainly what do you call it? Sort of a paradox that needs to be, I don't know, in some way dealt with. I don't know how. All right, let's, there's more to talk about. We can't listen to this whole thing. And today I am dedicated to not talking just about the election. We are going to talk about the environment and all the shit that's been happening over the last week, really. I'm going to try and compress that down. But a lot of shit has gone down all over the place. Environmentally, and then regular global Earth news. There's been so much stuff that has just been completely just sidelined by this just insane election we just had. And we cannot ignore all of that. Can't do it. Let's go to talking about a little bit more about this election. Wait, where is... Hold on. I need to refresh this. I am missing a video in here. Am I losing my mind? Did I delete it? What's happening? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please hold. Oh, there it is. Okay, I just needed to refresh. Thank God. That was concerning. I was like, wow. How did this happen? And actually, I might rearrange a couple things here. I'm gonna put this one here. Yeah, and then this one. Sorry, chat, I am rearranging stuff. But, alright, now let's go to Associated Press to look at who is going to be Donald Trump's apparent new White House Chief of Staff, a woman who is apparently very involved. I believe, actually, Donald Trump's campaign manager, Susie Wiles. Associated
Press. Education, and I don't mean...
Oops. Associated Press from yesterday.
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden.
The Ice Maiden.
Donald Trump has made campaign co-chair Susie Wiles his incoming White House chief.
She's the Ice Maiden.
Winter is coming.
That's right. Winter's coming, people.
Staff. This makes Wiles the first woman to step into the powerful role. So who is she? Wiles has been in politics since the 1970s. But with this role, she moves from being largely behind the scenes to the president's closest advisor and counsel. Wiles had stints in Ronald Reagan's campaign, but most of her experience was in Florida. For example, she's credited with helping businessman Rick Scott win the governor's office. Wiles ran Trump's 2016 effort in Florida, and his win in the state helped him clinch the White House. She's also been able to control some of Trump's impulses, not by scolding him, but by showing him that he could benefit from her advice. Trump has often referred to Wiles on the campaign trail, saying she's, quote, incredible. But given Trump had 4 chiefs of staff in his first term, it remains to be seen how long she stays in the role.
Burn. Burned by the AP. Hey, you're in there now, but last time there was 4 of them, so let's see how long you last. Guess we might have to start a pool. Galactic pool. I would give it 6 months, personally. No, she seems formidable. I'm sure she'll make it a full year. Let's go on here now. Once again to Democracy Now! But by the way, I looked up a little bit about Susie Wiles. Apparently, she is the daughter of, I think, the daughter of what's his name? Pat Summerall, the sort of, you know, one half of the very famous football commentator duo of Pat Summerall and John Madden. An era long gone, but apparently she's here to, I guess, remind us of the old days.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Settle down, Jordan. Settle down.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue to look at where the Democrats went wrong, we're joined now by David Sirota, founder and editor-in-chief of The Lever, host of its new investigative podcast, Master Plan. His new piece, headlined Election 2024, How Billionaire Avengers Destroyed Democracy. Those billionaires, David Sirota writes, included Elon Musk, who spent about $120 million to help Trump get elected, and saw his net worth soar by over $16 billion after Trump secured victory. Other billionaires campaigned for Kamala Harris, such as Mark Cuban, who was her top TV surrogate, and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who spoke at the Democratic National Convention in August. This is a clip.
Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire.
Follow the rich guy.
Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity.
For more on how the Democrats lost the election and what is next, David Sirota joins us from snowy Denver, Colorado. His August piece for The Guardian is headlined Project 2025, started a half-century ago. A Trump win could solidify it forever. And David Sirota was also senior communications advisor and speechwriter for Bernie Sanders when he ran for president. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, David. Talk about the billionaires.
Well, look, I think what was different about this election, and to be clear, there's been billionaires funding elections from the shadows, certainly an upsurge of that since the Citizens United decision. But I think what was different about this election was how central billionaires were in the entire political discourse. I mean, billionaires were on the national stage. Elon Musk, Mark Cuban, you had billionaires like Reid Hoffman, Barry Diller, demanding, if Kamala Harris won, demanding the firing of FTC Chair Lina Khan. So billionaires were really in our face this time in a way that they really haven't been before. And billionaires, I should mention, were celebrated. That clip that you just played of billionaire Governor J.B. Pritzker and the Democratic Convention celebrating billionaires as a credential. And that speech came, by the way, right after Bernie Sanders spoke at the Democratic convention, saying we got to essentially reduce the power of billionaires in politics. So we've come a long way, and in my view, not in a great direction towards our elections being celebrations of billionaires, our elections being battlegrounds for billionaires to have their fights, to center their issues. And essentially what ends up happening is that the 2024 election that was supposed to be about saving democracy was essentially an exercise in destroying what was left of democracy, turning our elections themselves into an open celebration of the oligarchy. And I think if we simply walk away from this election and say, hey, the Democrats lost because they didn't have enough billionaires and the Republicans won because they had more billionaire money went to Donald Trump, and we define our democracy as just a battle of billionaires, then the question is, in the battle to save democracy, what are we actually saving and for whom?
Right, the oligarchy.
So during the presidential campaign, as you just said, two major Democratic donors, media mogul Barry Diller, LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman, publicly called for Kamala Harris to fire the head of the Federal Trade Commission, Lina Khan, who's led Biden's antitrust efforts. Hoffman sits on the board of Microsoft, which was sued by the FTC. He was interviewed on CNN by Jake Tapper.
Thanks for joining us. So you and other big money donors are giving money to Vice President Harris, suggesting also that she replace the head of the FTC, which impacts policy.
I remember this disastrous interview with this guy. I mean, Jake Tapper didn't even, like, if I recall correctly, doesn't even push back on this at all. On what this guy says next.
In the economy. What do you say to somebody who watches this and says, this isn't how American politics should work, rich people getting to buy levels of influence?
Well, I totally agree with not buying levels of influence. I separate my role as a donor and expert. So if you ask me as a donor, I say I'm giving money to Kamala Harris because I think she's the best future president for the U.S., for business, for a bunch of other things.
If you're a donor, you shouldn't also get to call yourself an expert at the same time, right? Because you're inherently biased. You've given money to something in this way and have a clear interest one way or the other on whatever it might be, and it's disingenuous. It's wrong, in my opinion, to call yourself an expert and a donor at the same time. Or certainly in the context of like what they're talking about, like policy decisions and talking to politicians as a donor.
I think she's the best future president for the U.S., for business, for...
Sorry, hold on.
So I separate my role as a donor and expert. So if you ask me as a donor, I say I'm giving money to Kamala Harris because I think she's the best future president for the U.S.
This guy does not get to do what he's
business,
doing
for a
here.
bunch of other things. If you ask me as an expert about what, kind of Lina Khan is doing and whether I think she is helping or hurting America relative to your anti-merger policy.
He just wants his cake and to eat it too, as a very rich person.
Versus, really solidly.
What's wrong with that?
Kind of what's going on and what helps American business thrive here and overseas. Then I give an expert opinion. But I think donor and expert should be kept separate. And I've never tied the two ever in any conversation anywhere I've ever had.
So that's billionaire Reid Hoffman,
Never
supporter
happened.
of Kamala Harris.
It's impossible.
David Sirota, since economy was a top issue, inflation a top issue, if you can talk about what it meant to be against Lina Khan and what she represented, but most importantly, the power of these billionaires, and not just, of course, on the Democratic side, because the Republican who won, President Trump, he had Elon Musk giving out $1 million a day to voters.
Look, I think the Lina Khan example is really important because while Reid Hoffman insists that his money has nothing to do with his policy demands, functionally that's not the way things work. I mean, Joe Biden back in the 1970s talked about this when he first got elected, about how money always comes with a demand. Money always comes in politics with strings attached. Functionally, the way this works, these people are not giving money simply out of the goodness of their own of their hearts. They want things. They have policy demands. And I think, as you mentioned, Elon Musk, that's another great example. I mean, Elon Musk running around spending big money to help elect Donald Trump while saying he's going to accept a job in the Trump administration. Donald Trump saying he's going to appoint him to a job that would oversee the reshaping of federal spending and the federal budget at a time when Elon Musk runs companies that are major federal contractors. So in a sense, Elon Musk could be in a job where he could shape the government to enrich the companies that Elon Musk owns. This is what money in politics really is. It is an investment, and the investors, the donors, like billionaires, are looking for a return on their investment. That's what this is, a business strategy.
So let's talk about what Musk is going to get in return. You report that the Senate Republicans' scheme to let Trump self-police ethics. Republicans have been blocking the appointment of the government's ethics enforcement official till after the election so that Trump can now appoint, as you put it, his own crony who can waive all ethics laws for his new White House, and then address the issue of Project 2025.
So the Office of Government Ethics is the independent office that is supposed to enforce anti-corruption rules when it comes to the executive branch. When executive branch officials come into office, the Office of Government Ethics reviews whether they have conflicts of interest in their own holdings, and then will say you have to divest from this or that if your job is overseeing things that pose a conflict of interest.
With Donald Trump, that's a complete joke.
Republicans, that
Donald Trump, as we recall, completely did not, divest from any of his holdings. All he did was put other people in charge of it, which does not mean that he can't be self-enriching, right? I mean, come on.
Job has been held open, blocked in the Senate by the Republicans for more than a year. That job kept open, and Senator Mike Lee of Utah has said he wants to keep it open. He said this in a floor speech in the Senate, saying they want to keep it open until after the election so that if Donald Trump wins, Donald Trump can appoint his own head of the Office of Government Ethics to a 5-year term, which in practice would allow Trump to hire somebody who he would already know was going to enforce or not enforce this or that ethics laws for incoming executive branch officials. So would somebody like Elon Musk get a waiver from anti-corruption?
Can you even imagine? Because the fact is, if he's appointing Elon Musk into government, say he put someone like Elon Musk into such a position, somebody with numerous workplace sexual misconduct allegations and numerous other sorts of legal infractions that are actually currently in front of the U.S. government. I mean, it is insane to think. It is insane to think that we're about to get this kind of a government, but honestly, this is what's happening.
Would any other billionaire serving in Donald Trump's cabinet get those kinds of waivers to allow them to essentially serve in dual roles, owning companies but also running federal agencies that regulate those companies? And as it relates to Project 2025, one of the central tenets of Project 2025 is the initiative to help Trump appoint more political loyalists. In other words, decimating the civil service, the supposedly and supposed to be nonpartisan civil service. Again, when you think about packing the executive branch with Trump loyalists, Trump loyalists who may have financial conflicts of interest, and then consider that Trump will be able to effectively appoint his own person, his own political loyalist, to oversee the enforcement or non-enforcement of anti-corruption and ethics laws. It puts together a situation where people may be coming into the government who are able to use the government to enrich themselves.
Can you talk about what Musk and Trump have been promoting, leading a new Department of Government Efficiency, the initials DOGE or Doge?
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Also referring to that meme coin cryptocurrency that Musk has been promoting.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, the best we can tell from what has been described is that Elon Musk is going to head up some kind of commission, potentially with a lot of cross-agency power, to propose and enact radical reshaping of the federal government, and potentially a radical privatization of government services.
I mean, Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, right? Or he's like, is he two? He might have lost some money with the money that he's. Point is he's like number 1 or 2 richest person in the world. To imagine him in government right now, with all the fingers that he has in all the different industries, is terrifying to think what it is that he could do.
Government activities. And again, I go back to the fact that Elon Musk runs companies that benefit from government privatization, contractors, SpaceX as the big example. So Elon Musk, the world's richest man, could be in a position to make recommendations about what government services to privatize, a privatization agenda that could ultimately send more contracts to the companies that Elon Musk owns.
Exactly. I mean, it would be just a self-enrichment vehicle for Elon Musk. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, but in fact, a possible, very, very, very possible future reality. This is the dumbest timeline. I swear to God. We've talked about how bad this timeline is, but it's just degraded by at least 15 to 25%, the whole timeline. It's bad. Alright, maybe I'm being a little dramatic. But it's not good. Alright, let's talk more about Donald Trump's potential future cabinet, as he has begun forming it.
Yeah, let me just repeat what Jonathan Swan just said. If you've been indicted one too many times, you're not out of, the chicken coop. You're in the White House.
Illegal.
In the White House. This is the reality.
So some of that, it's almost that polling that you've seen where it's threats to democracy, right? It almost means different things to different people. Like there are a lot of Republicans,
almost means different things
to
different people,
who believe that lawfare has been used against those who support President. Okay,
Aaron. Sorry, we're gonna move past this idiot, and also Shermichael. You know what I find fascinating? It took about a day for CNN to genuinely lean into this belief that the Democrats didn't go right-wing enough. I mean, they start this discussion off with Republican strategist Aaron Perrin, and then they go to Republican strategist Shermichael Singleton, or Republican political commentator Shermichael Singleton. I mean, it is wild what this channel has become over the years. Like, the claim that it's this leftist propaganda network by the right is not only disingenuous, it's just massively misinformed. Like, you have to have never seen CNN to know. Like, it has become such. It is just like MSNBC has done the same thing. They've pushed to the center, and we see how it's done for their ratings. It's not doing great. And we just watched how it did in the election, and yet I feel like their response is to just sort of double down on that. We'll talk about the shadow cabinet later. I forgot about what this was like. I watched this early and was just like, oh my god, we just don't have time for this. I thought I pulled this out of the list. But the cabinet's not good looking. I'll tell you that much. It's Elon Musk. It's
many of Vice President
RFK,
Kamala Harris's rallies in the closing game.
What's his name? I forget his name. Oh God, just imagine the worst possible people.
The campaign were interrupted by people angry about the mounting death toll in Gaza and Lebanon and the Biden administration's support for Israel. That anger may have been expressed at the polls in Dearborn, Michigan, where 55% of the residents are of Middle Eastern descent. 4 years ago, President Biden got 69% of the vote. This year, Harris got 30.
Now, here's the thing I hate about the framing of this from the beginning of it, is the discussion of Arab American voters as if they are the only people who are pro-Palestine, as if they were the only people who were disenfranchised by the rhetoric around this, because it's just not true. Because there's not that many Arab Americans, and just not enough to account for what happened, and it's ridiculous to suggest. Here, I'll look it up for you. $3.7 million. Kamala Harris got 15 million less votes than Joe Biden did. So what is that? So that would have to mean that, and the fact is there was already, some portion of Arab Americans are just Republicans, right? Like 25 to 35% of them or something like that are Republicans. So, we got to take out like 1.2 million of those people right off the bat. So that leaves 2.5 million Arab Americans. And you're saying that accounts for the whole 15 million gap? No, I'm sorry. That's just, the math ain't mathin'.
What you talking about?
6. James Zogby is the president of the Arab American Institute. He's also director of Zogby Research, which conducts surveys in the Middle East.
What's interesting is we heard James Zogby, if we recall, he came out on Democracy. I think we just talked about this earlier in the stream, didn't we? He was on Democracy Now! Just like months ago, directly after Joe Biden dropped out, claiming that we needed a primary. Seems like he was certainly at least right about that. I would definitely give him credit for that. I mean, he was one of the first people out there saying it.
Was there something else going on?
I think there were two factors. Gaza and Lebanon obviously were central. I think the other was a failure of the Harris campaign to reach out, the candidate directly to reach out to Arab Americans. There's a great Tip O'Neill story when he lost his first election and went to his neighbor and said, "Did you vote for me?" And she said, "No." And he said, "Why not?" And she said, "You never asked me." They know Donald Trump, and many of them know what to expect. He came to them. He spoke to them. He risked it. She didn't. And that makes a difference.
But if they're angry about Gaza and Lebanon, they were supporting a president who told Benjamin Netanyahu, do whatever it takes. 80% of those in the exit polls who said that U.S. support for Israel is not strong enough voted for Trump. How do you reconcile that?
Look, the question of looking at the polls, the Arab American polls, we found that there always has been a 35% or so Republican vote. I mean, in every life a little rain must fall, and we have Arab American Republicans. The increase for Trump came from a punish Democrat vote. They know what they're getting, and yet they said, we're going to send a message to Democrats. There also was, I think, another factor here, and that is in Hamtramck, for example, there was the LGBTQ book issue, and the Republicans said to the mayor and to the imams, we're with you on this. We'll keep those dirty books out of.
That's one thing that people, I think, do forget, is that on social issues, there's not a whole lot of daylight between Christians and Muslims, right? If you've read all of those books, like I have, unfortunately, there's really not a lot of daylight between most of these religious texts, the Abrahamic ones. Like, they all have some pretty reprehensible views on some stuff that most people, I think, that watch these streams would object to, like LGBTQ issues, like women, like just there's a number of things, right? And I find it hilarious when people like what's his name, Sam Harris, make claims that one or another is better. Specifically, we know what his claims are, but like there really is no daylight.
The kids in school, that made a difference there too. So there were these factors of the Trump people speaking to them, Donald Trump coming personally to them, J.D. Vance going directly to them, and nothing from the Harris side. She had good staff reaching out, but there's nothing like the candidate directly making an appeal.
Well, talking about that, I mean, the final Friday of the campaign, we saw Donald Trump in a halal cafe in Dearborn with the mayor of Hamtramck. Is this outreach, is this sort of open dialogue, open door going to continue in the presidency, do you think?
I don't think so. And I think, there's a reckoning that will come. People have buyer's remorse. It wasn't a shotgun wedding, it was a blind date wedding. Some of them know what they're going to get. Some of them have hope against hope that they'll get something different. But frankly, they're not going to get anything different. And I think Donald Trump's been very clear about that they're not going to get anything different. But they were punishing Democrats.
They're going to get settlements in Gaza. That's what's going to happen. There's going to be settlements in Gaza, day one.
And they were voting for the guy that came to them.
U.S. sanctioned settlements in Gaza.
Hurting. They're desperate, and they're very traumatized by what's happening. Somebody comes to them and says, I'm for peace, and I'll be with you. So they swallowed their doubt, and they said, we're going to do it, and we're going to teach the Democrats a lesson.
But you seem to be saying that they want peace, but they may not get it?
They want peace, but Donald Trump's idea of peace, I think, is the peace of a graveyard. I don't think it's going to be a peace.
That is so true. Yeah, he wants peace. He wants the war to end. He just wants Israel to hurry up.
That's going to be based on justice or on any recognition of Palestinian rights. He's never shown that to be the case. His 4-year record is exactly the opposite. And I think the steps that Netanyahu is taking,
Miriam
Adelson
is going to be real unhappy if he gives Palestinians rights all of a
evacuated
sudden.
in the north, and no one is going to come back to their homes, which have been destroyed mostly. But he's also not going to let aid in, because in defiance of the Biden administration requirement that aid come in, because he said there's nobody left there. Why? Because he's evicted them all. Netanyahu knows that with Trump, he'll be able to have a free hand. He's already had a free hand with Biden, but a freer hand. And people, I think, are going to be deeply disappointed by what Donald Trump will do, and angry.
You're very active in the Democratic Party. You're chairman of the DNC's Ethnic Council. Yeah. What are you saying that the party should do to try to repair this damage, this relationship?
Look, it's not just with my community, but with a whole bunch of ethnic communities that they need to repair. Look, this is the white working class. They're not the non-college educated whites that people talk about. They're actually the immigrant ethnic communities that built the Democratic Party and feel abandoned by the Democratic Party. And the Democratic Party has to have a more effective outreach to white voters. Why were they so prone to support Donald Trump? Because they feel abandoned, because they feel that nobody is listening to them. And they're mad at Democrats for...
But it's because they keep using the wrong metrics to define people's situations. I think a lot of people feel gaslit about the economy because it's so disconnected from what people feel on the street and in their homes, right? Unless you happen to be one of the lucky few who is heavily invested in the stock market or happen to own a ton of property, which have both, ballooned in value, then you are living in a world where much of what you are buying is more expensive, your rent is more expensive, and your wages have not caught up with it. They just haven't. If you look at the graphs, they just haven't caught up with it. And so people are hurting. And yet you have Democrats telling them that things are great. And if you go by the bare metrics, they are. And that's part of the message problem, right? I'm sorry. Let's move on. We can't watch this whole thing. We got to keep moving. We are almost 2 hours in, and I promise to do all sorts of things that are quickly not becoming true the longer I take on these videos. Where am I? Do we watch this right now? Yeah, let's watch these. I guess we got to get stuff out of the way though, because if I keep letting my list balloon like I do, we're not gonna have any fun on Sunday Funday, and I feel like there will be some sort of at least a small galactic revolt if that happens. So I better keep us on track here.
Did an election that was supposed to revolve around women's issues actually come down to the plight of men, young men? The 2024 race long ago turned into the boys versus girls election, with polls showing Harris performing significantly better among women and Trump among men. But the question was, how big will the gender gap actually be? Well, we all know now it was big enough to hand Donald Trump the presidency. More than half of the male vote nationwide, 55%, went to Trump, 42% to Harris. Men under 30 saw a dramatic shift from supporting Democrats in 2020 by a 15 percentage point margin to swinging back to the GOP by 13 points. A CNN exit poll also found men under 30 in Pennsylvania favored Trump by 21 points in 2020.
That's a disturbing shift. Right there. For this demographic right here, 18 to 29s, what is that? 16 points? And it's not like the independent vote took up, well, it took up slightly more, but not much. Right? Like, not that much more. Certainly not enough to account for all of that missing slice there. Wow. All right. Let's go on now to here, to the Majority Report once again. Talk more about misogyny and young men and things like that.
Edel writes in, at the risk of being accused of mansplaining, I think Emma's making a bigger deal out of the misogyny angle. If Nina Turner had been at the top of the ticket, Democrats would have easily won. Why do you care so much about an empty pantsuit woman with all the trappings of toxic macho man did not win the presidency?
I wish that was true about Nina Turner. She lost to an APAC plant, so
there's
I don't know.
I'm sorry, you are mansplaining a little. You're coming from the right place. If Nina Turner had been at the top of the ticket, I think this is extremely aspirational thinking. She was taken apart in that primary race. On the national level, like, there's a reason that progressive women of color are in our Congress is because they're in many ways right now in this country deep blue districts where it's safer for them. But think about, is there one woman of color that is a governor in an executive position in this country? Is there one? I don't know. I mean, not that I can think of off the top of my head. And if that were to be the case, you would see the kind of campaign that Kamala Harris ran, which would be standard Democrat, centrist Democrat. If you talk to women and their reaction to this race, if they're not somebody that supported Donald Trump, they instinctively feel like this was a misogynistic result. And that's a big part of it. It's not the main part of it, but it's a big part.
Yeah, and I don't know at where to estimate exactly how much of a role it played. But the fact is, Emma is right about this, right? There was absolutely an element of that, right? Is how much? Once again, I don't know. It's hard to quantify. You have to go voter by voter, and sort of pick apart them sort of psychologically. So it's hard, it's very hard to quantify. But the fact is, I know I saw in leftist chats people saying this the second that she was announced, claiming that a black woman couldn't be president and this and that. And I wonder just how many people think like that might have voted for a Democrat otherwise. It's shocking to me to think that there's a Venn diagram of Democrat voters that think that way. I feel like it's definitely more of a sort of a right leaning belief, certainly. But it's just, there's no way to say that it wasn't at all a factor.
I think,
and they ran, and I'm sorry, but you're ignoring the way that there's one theme from that campaign, or two: immigration and fear-mongering, and their bashing of women. On Monday, Trump was encouraging the audience to imagine Mike Tyson beating up Kamala Harris. What else? I mean,
exactly.
So,
I mean,
they.
It's like, here's the thing, right? I say time and time again, and I think it's a fair estimation of things. You can disagree with me on this ethically or philosophically or whatever, but it's my belief that if you're okay with people saying, like very misogynistic things, grab it by the pussy, comes up, obviously, first thing. But, like, like time and time again, he has said and done all sorts of horrible things to women, and never seems to be even slightly apologetic about it, or trying to amend his behavior, like any sort of reasonable response to any of it. It's always just doubling down on that kind of stuff. If you're okay with that, you're a misogynist, right? Like, to some degree. If you are okay with hearing that stuff and then voting for it, right? Like, it's very hard for me to accept any sort of argument otherwise. It's the same thing with racism. If you're okay with standing there, like, imagine back in like Jim Crow era, if you're okay with standing there and watching people, being lynched or being beaten in the streets, you're also a racist, right? The same way in Nazi Germany, if you were fine standing there watching Jews being, attacked and having their homes burnt, and all the pogroms and all these other sorts of things, if you were fine with that, then you were also an anti-Semite, right? If you were fine with watching the genocide right now that's happening of Arabs, then you're also, an anti-Semite, but against Arabs, because Arabs are also Semitic people. But you know what I mean? You hate, like, do you get what I'm saying here? Like, if you're okay, if you are fine with standing by and doing nothing and saying nothing, then you are part of the problem, right? And I think it's a stupid argument to try and argue the opposite of it, right? And to be like, oh, I'm not racist, I just think that his economic policies are better. It's like, well, if you're that self-involved, then you're part of the problem, right? If you think that him possibly benefiting you personally is a justification for you, essentially saying all that other stuff is okay, right? I'm not saying that all that stuff is happening right now personally, but you get what I'm saying, like, in terms of Donald Trump with his rhetoric around attacking American citizens, around immigrants, around like all of these things. If you're fine with all of that and you just have a personal thing that you vote, then to some degree you are a racist, you are a misogynist. It's just true, right? Because that stuff is less important in your mind, and that's it's unpopular for some people to hear that, but that's just true. I'm sorry.
Misogynistic campaign, and she lost, and that's a part of it. It is. It just is.
I think it was part of it in 2016 as well. I think, like, the issue is, like, Rashid Tlaib won outpacing Harris by 39 points in Dearborn. This is Prem Tucker. 2 women, including a black woman running for Michigan State Supreme Court, won. Like, I think it's true, but the problem is what first of all, who's going to emphasize that? It's going to be the consultant class. Like, what does it?
Well, I'm emphasizing it now. I'm emphasizing it now and saying it's mostly the material conditions, but 100% there was misogyny involved. There's misogyny involved in the fact that white men are allowed to identify with Donald Trump, or, Bernie or Tim Walz on the left, for example, easily, and it's not considered something that's going to sink the Democratic Party. But when women identify with Kamala Harris, they're the death of the party, and it's stupid and ridiculous. And that's been the reaction broadly, and it's honestly been from both sides. like, if we're going to build a broad tent, that includes liberal women and women of color who saw themselves in this campaign to a certain degree. So I don't think that this rhetoric is helpful. It's a lot of different factors. What do you mean?
Because I'm thinking about, like, okay, if I'm Gretchen Whitmer, do I like this narrative? Because frankly, this is what Bernie got supposedly sexist for in the 2020 primary, when he's allegedly said that a woman can't win the presidency. I fundamentally don't think that's true. I do think it is an issue and a drag. But I think, like, Gretchen Whitmer, if she had no tie to Biden and, like, somehow emerged from a primary, like, I think she could have won. Like, and I think there are states
that she's also not a black woman. She's a woman.
That's possibly true too. I mean, but like,
yeah, and I mean, Emma makes a good point, right? There's like this sort of intersectional analysis. You start adding these things in there, and I think that increases the number of people who are going to potentially be put off by these sorts of bigoted views they may hold, maybe even subconsciously. But I guess my point is a vote for Donald Trump is an endorsement of all that. A non-vote, a protest vote, those don't count in my mind, right? That's a completely different dynamic. That is, that's a whole other thing. And I if anything, I respect it, right? People who didn't, and it's like I still am frustrated by it because now we're faced with what we're faced with. But I respect it way more than anybody who voted for Trump. I mean, come on, you said it was fine. You said that all the stuff that Donald Trump's ever said and done publicly or even privately, all that's fine.
Fundamentally, I think it's a problem if we take this as the lesson when this person ran, Kamala Harris. And the reason I fundamentally have a problem with seeing her as a victim right now, because of how the campaign that she did run. Like, the crypto stuff was
not about seeing her as a victim. It's about having intersectional and material analysis. And
class first is when I talk about intersectionality. Like, she lost black people in I forget, either Michigan or Wisconsin. Like,
lost black men, yeah,
like, and her outreach was what? Crypto.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I don't think you can have to see someone binarily as a victim to acknowledge the role that an explicitly misogynistic, violently misogynistic campaign played in this race.
She's right.
Like, it's different than 2016. Hillary Clinton had a lot of exploitable issues, and they didn't run the same campaign in 2016 that they ran in 2024. It was more about protectionist trade deals. It was more about the TPP.
Yeah, and like I understand Matt's reaction and his sort of desire to analyze this from that place, right? And from an intersectional analysis to start off in that place, but you cannot disregard what Emma's talking about here, and it's very real. And I think it's probably easier to ignore it to some degree. Well, whatever. I'm gonna let Emma talk. I'm sorry.
That they ran in 2024. It was more about protectionist trade deals. It was more about the TPP. They ran a campaign. On Monday, he was fantasizing about Mike Tyson beating her up and was going on Joe Rogan. Like, to say that has no impact is so alienating. I'm not saying you're saying that, but there are people that are saying that. It is so alienating for women who have to be a part of our coalition going forward. And like, we have to acknowledge that is valid. We have to acknowledge that this feels like that women go through life sometimes in workplaces, and they're more prepared and they try harder and they do better and they succeed, and then they don't get rewarded, and the guy that just showed up and fucked around gets ahead. And that's just internalized misogyny, and that's exactly how Trump was able to skate to the presidency in many ways. And that's not to absolve the Democrats of all of their issues, but it is to say that, like, this was a real gut check about how this country views women and their humanity and their rights. And so, like, if we're gonna build something that is inclusive, we have to have Black women in the South. We have to have women more broadly, and that includes acknowledging that. You know.
I agree with acknowledging it. I'm just saying that there's a reason that, like, it's going to be emphasized by people who don't want to change and want to blame the voters. And I think that's why people are resistant to it. And I don't think it's just the desire to want to downplay.
The people that are resistant to it are white men. That's what I see. The people that are resistant to this analysis are white men. And that should also be reflective. And people should have, I think, as I'm reflecting on, like, oh, damn, my assumptions about driving up numbers in suburbia or abortion being the issue that could drive this campaign, that was wrong. We should also be cognizant about being critical of those assumptions as well. So, like, yeah.
Hold on. I'm just gonna push this forward a little bit. It's like a 30-minute clip. The recent MR clips have been super long, and we just can't watch. We can't watch the whole thing. You know how we are here. We gotta hit everything. And it's getting late right now. But Emma, her analysis is certainly on point here, and Matt's not wrong to bring in class analysis, to bring in economics, and to bring in people's living circumstances because it's on point, and because that's also a huge part of it, right? It's a huge part of it, because that's what the Democrats are about. And they did not deliver on that messaging either, and didn't deliver on that, didn't deliver on Gaza. I mean, there was numerous things, but there was also this undercurrent, this sort of racist, misogynist, what do you call it? My brain just broke. Influence, I guess you might say, on people's votes. And once again, like I said before, hard to quantify. You'd have to talk to person by person. It would be very difficult to figure it out, for sure. But I think we know to some degree, especially if you watch, some of the sort of right-wing adjacent stuff. If you're a man, if you game, if you do any, sort of dude stuff, a lot of it is very right-wing adjacent. There's a lot of this stuff going on there, and there's not enough leftists out there to push back on this. And so I think that there's been too much embracing of misogyny from people, of racism from, and it's just, I mean, obviously our society has had that in it for a long time, but whatever. Let's move it. I'm monologuing. Let's talk about this problem that we're about to rehab.
We end today's show looking at Donald Trump's threat to deport as many as 20 million immigrants living in the United States. It's a threat he repeated on an almost daily basis on the campaign trail, including at the Republican National Convention.
That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had.
We're joined right now by a historian who's closely studied past mass deportation programs in the United States. Ana Raquel Mignon is an associate professor of history at Stanford University and the author of In the Shadow of Liberty, The Invisible History of Immigrant Detention in the United States. The recent piece for Dissent magazine is titled Trump's Deportation Model. So, Professor Mignon, if you can start off by talking about Trump's victory, what that model is, and, his famous motto, Make America Great Again. Go back in history and talk about the mass deportations of people in the United States.
Thank you. In many ways, we think that
Trump is a new model, a person who completely goes against the grain of American history in terms of deportations, in terms of his treatment of immigrants. But as he noted himself, that is absolutely not true. What he was referring to when he spoke about Eisenhower was an operation that occurred in 1954 titled Operation Wetback. And
Jesus
this was
Christ.
a massive deportation campaign.
She says that with way too much, like, like, the most racist name ever for a law. Are you kidding me? I don't think I can even repeat it on the stream personally. Like, what in the fuck? Let's listen to that again.
That occurred in 1954, titled Operation Wetback.
Jesus
and
Christ.
This was a massive deportation campaign. The tactics were military tactics. They brought tanks. They brought border patrol people all throughout the border, airplanes. People were grabbed from their houses and taken to the border, stopped outside of their jobs and taken to the border. Their families didn't know where they had been. It was a very cruel operation. In the year 1954, the year of Operation Wetback, over 1 million people were deported. And this is the model that Trump says that he is going to expand. And it comes at huge cost.
So Donald Trump is going to expand Operation... I mean, I don't think I can say that word. I don't think anybody should be saying that word. Let's be real. But, I mean, wow. I mean, this is the... I mean, I don't think anybody should be shocked by this. This is exactly what he ran on. Calling... you know, legal Haitian migrants, illegal migrants, saying that they were eating the cats and the dogs. I don't think we need to watch that video again. But like, this is exactly who Donald Trump is and what he wants and what all his people want. And it should be interesting to see what happens. And by interesting, I mean horrifying. On so many different levels. For fuck's sake. I'm sorry. Let's go back.
America, to its communities, and to the people themselves. In the United States, when Operation Wetback happened, communities were destroyed. People were left without central members, without churchgoers, without breadwinners. Families who relied on some of the folks who were deported had to either rely on welfare or find jobs immediately. Children were left without parents. Many employers needed workers who were deported. It was bad for the U.S. economy. It was also bad for
it'll certainly be bad for the U.S.
rights.
economy. I mean, that's like the last thing that I think of, but it certainly will be because there's a huge portion of illegal labor that's propping up the U.S. economy. So yeah, I mean, but I mean, the rest of it is much more terrifying on a human level, right? Sure, higher prices is bad, but people being ripped apart from their families and communities being destroyed, deported to who the fuck knows where, people who've been here for who knows how long, and all that is just, you know, it kind of takes precedence in my mind, I guess, but she's not wrong. It would cost the country billions of dollars.
Mexican Americans, people who were born in the United States, could be walking through the streets and considered to be Mexican just because they quote unquote looked Mexican, and their civil rights were not protected. Their constitutional rights were not protected. The deportation of American citizens is something that we have seen over and over again. For example, in the 1930s, there was also a massive deportation campaign against Mexicans. It occurred, of course, during the Great Depression. We estimate that from 350,000 to 1 million people were deported, and that over 60% of those were American citizens. These deportations that Trump is claiming that he will do will have mass implications to our civil rights, to our communities, and to our economy. And of course...
You hear that? Like 500,000 American citizens got deported in the last round of the very deportation laws that Donald Trump wants to apparently emulate in this upcoming term of his. Horrifying. And I would watch the rest of this because, first off, I don't have time to watch the whole thing right now. Two, it's quite informative and scary and deserves some time. So when you get a moment, I'd recommend it. But let's move on to this because this is also concerning. Oh God, what time is it? You know, I'm gonna move this into here. We'll watch this one and this one, and then we'll end it. Well, not end it, but we're gonna go to the second half.
To the people who are...
Okay, no, not that one. We gotta skip one, go here. This was from 5 hours ago, where apparently Joe Biden has...
Sources are telling CNN about Donald Trump's congratulatory post-election phone conversation with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Wait,
it was
this is the wrong
joined
one.
by the tech tycoon, as we noted.
We'll talk about this later. Go to this. Where apparently Joe Biden has now invited Donald Trump to the White House
tonight. America's
to congratulate him on his victory, something that Donald Trump never did because he's a sore loser.
Tonight, America's transition of power begins. The White House announcing an Oval Office meeting between President Biden and President-elect Trump.
I'm going to see him on Wednesday.
Biden following through on his promise earlier this week.
On January 20th, we'll have a peaceful transfer of power here in America.
Trump and Biden spoke by phone on Wednesday, the president-elect describing the call to NBC's Kristen Welker as very respectful both ways. The invitation a return to tradition that Trump bucked, never inviting Biden to the White House after he won the 2020 election. Trump only agreeing to an orderly and peaceful transfer of power back then after a violent mob of his supporters stormed the Capitol on January 6th. In 2016, then President Obama sat with Trump in the Oval Office, extending an olive branch after Hillary Clinton's defeat.
We now are going to want to do everything we can.
You know what I love? I love how Democrats continue to give Donald Trump all of the respect that you would expect of a normal person instead of complete baby garbage human. But they continue to. They've done it since Obama, and then Biden's repeating it here, and it's just funny because he doesn't respect it. He doesn't respect any of this. He hasn't never done it for anybody else, even though he was in office and he left. It's weird. It's a weird dichotomy. It's very frustrating, honestly. At this point, I feel like Democrats should have long ago stopped giving him the same sort of respect they had given past Republicans who perhaps respected at least the office maybe a bit more.
If you succeed, because if you succeed, then the country succeeds.
That meeting following decades of precedent. Bush to Obama, Clinton to Bush, Bush to Clinton, Reagan to Bush, and Carter to Reagan.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time.
Meanwhile, Trump is working out of his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida, focusing on building his new administration. The president-elect already choosing his campaign manager, Susie Wiles, as his new White House chief of staff, the first woman to ever serve in that role. Trump also favoring cabinet candidates who come from outside Washington and have business experience over members of Congress. That's according to two sources familiar with the process.
And Aaron, we have late-breaking news on some former Trump administration officials who will not be joining the new one.
Jose, Trump just...
Oh, wait, this is
on
important.
his social media platform that he will not be inviting former Ambassador Nikki Haley or former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo to join his new administration.
Shocking. Nikki Haley's not in there after running against him? No way. You're kidding me.
What?
That's so un-Trump-like.
What you talking about?
Hush. Say what I want to say. Let's go. Actually, let's take a break. Let's go to break. We don't need this one. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe over there on YouTube. If you've done all those things, I would recommend to you considering becoming a subscriber on Patreon. That's right, Galactic patrons get all sorts of super sweet benefits for just a few US dollars a month. You can too. By either clicking my links in my bios on Twitch or YouTube, or going to the link which I posted in chat. There's all sorts of other ways to also contribute to the Galactic News Network, things like Cash App, PayPal, and now, finally, after 9 months, YouTube. That's right. We don't have memberships quite yet. Hopefully they will show up soon. But, at least for now, you can do super stickers and super chats in the YouTube chat. Very exciting. Soon we will have the memberships, and hopefully we will also have, very soon, ads on the channel. Oh my god. Thank you, Christopher Tablanti, for the $20. My god. What a generous donation. So many people have used the super chats and super stickers today. I just want to say thank you to everybody who did. I'm trying to remember all the people who did. Let's see, it was Moanop. Let's see, I think Schmegley did one. Megastar might have done a couple. I'm pretty sure I pronounced Christopher's name wrong, so I'm sorry for that. It's probably Deblante, I assume. I could be wrong. Who else? Donald James X, I think, did one. If I've forgotten you, I'm sorry. It's been a crazy stream. But, alright. By the way, today is a stream just for the subscribers, just YouTube subscribers and Twitch subscribers, followers, because I intentionally did this today. I used 0 hashtags, I think, or at least very few hashtags, and 0 keywords, and I just figured today, because we finally got monetized, we would just hang out together, essentially, and enjoy the fact that we are now a fully fledged operation here. Anyway, I will see you all in a bit. means it's time for you to get back to your seat, Space Fam, because second half is about to start. You also have 2 support characters coming your way. Because I just saw you hit 40 likes, which is incredible. Incredible job. Applause deserved. Okay. Now, I think best way for us to transition into our talk of the environment and things would be to do this. Because as we often loop discussion of what do you call it? Like city planning, infrastructure, sort of like transportation stuff into the talk of the environment because it's so integral to that discussion. I figured we go here to City Nerd. Discuss something called Agenda 47.
When I recently made a couple videos about Project 2025, I was just wasting.
I'm sorry. This is his discussion of something called Agenda 47, which is apparently Donald Trump's fake agenda, because obviously Project 2025 is the real agenda, but there's something called Agenda 47. Did I call it Project 47 again? I can't remember. It's hard to keep track. Anyway, here we go.
It's been brought to my attention that when I recently made a couple videos about Project 2025, I was just wasting my time. The former president, I've been told, doesn't actually know anything about Project 2025. And in fact, Trump himself is a policy savant, and it's really his Agenda 47 we should be looking at. So today I'm just going to pretend Project 2025 doesn't exist, and I'm going to walk you through the key pieces of Agenda 47 that touch on cities and transportation. And it's full of all kinds of sober, measured, completely sane policy language around all kinds of urbanism-related stuff, and it's coming up next. This is City Nerd, weekly content on cities and transportation. Viewer-suggested topics always welcome, and yeah, against my better judgment, I decided to take all these comments about Agenda 47 being Trump's real policy platform at face value. And I'm just going to admit right up front that the whole conceit behind this video is completely ridiculous. Project 2025's mandate for leadership, the conservative promise, may be full of loathsome ideas, but it's an 887-page policy document that's written by people who I admit can at least write coherently, as much as I disagree with them. Agenda 47, on the other hand, as far as I can tell, is just a series of short videos of Trump standing awkwardly in front of a couple of American flags and reading some pre-written rants and grievances off a teleprompter. You'll see what I mean.
I don't need a teleprompter.
Now, luckily, there are transcripts for each of these videos, so I didn't have to literally listen to this guy talk for hours on end in order to find out what he has to say. Fair warning though, the text reads exactly the way Trump sounds, which is kind of amazing in itself. But for this video, I'm gonna do you the favor of delivering it in my own voice, which is an extremely normal American accent, and don't let anyone tell you different.
That's right. But he was gonna do that, but you know, I'm gonna do you the favor of doing it as Donald Trump. I don't know. If you don't like that idea, you can go watch it on City Nerd. That's fine with me. I just think it's going to be more fun to do it this way. Okay. Joe Biden is waging a war on the U.S. auto industry with a series of crippling mandates designed to force Americans into expensive electric vehicles. Illegal. Even as thousands of electric cars are piling up on car lots, all unsold, this ridiculous Green New Deal crusade is causing car prices to skyrocket while setting the stage for the destruction of American auto production. Biden is killing American consumers, and he's also killing U.S. manufacturing in an all-out attack on American-made pickup trucks, SUVs, and other automobiles, which are very green if you pretend Biden, sorry, I added that one to myself. Biden doubled cafe standards, a move that is projected to cost automakers $200 billion. Oh no, the poor automakers. Oh no, not the automakers. By one estimate, Biden's electric vehicle mandate will slaughter 117,000, count 'em folks, U.S. auto manufacturing jobs, with workers in Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio among the hardest hit. Utterly terrible. Alright, there might have been a couple of ad-libs in there. I can't be sure where they fell. But you do have the text in front of you, thankfully, so you can double check that. Alright, that's enough of this. I'll stop doing the Trump impression. It's fine. I know some people like it. Other people say bad things about it. Me personally, big fan.
Action will be totally dead, all caps. So he's gonna terminate these atrocities on day one. You know what though? The language on that one wasn't quite unhinged enough for the former president. So he followed up with this banger. President Trump's message to American auto workers, where he repeats a lot of the same stuff, but really aims the messaging at rank and file auto workers in swing states. I'm just gonna read some of this verbatim. What's happening to our auto workers is an absolute disgrace and an outrage beyond belief. Auto workers are getting totally ripped off by crooked Joe Biden and also their horrendous leadership, meaning the unions, I assume, because these people are allowing our country to do these electric vehicles that very few people want. And it's a mandate, so you'll ultimately be forced to drive in a car that goes for an hour and then you have to have it recharged. I hope you don't want to go very far away. Like, I'm not a huge EV booster, but this guy's information on the state of the industry and lithium-ion battery life is from like 20 years ago. Anyway, back to the transcript, because the former president has some 100% completely rock-solid advice for union auto workers. You should not pay your dues because they're selling you to hell.
Wow,
You're going to be going to hell. You're
going
not
to
going to
hell.
have any jobs.
Not going to jobs, and Satan is going to be there telling you, I told you so, idiot. You're going to hell.
Those cars are going to be made in China. Every one of them. You can
Enjoy your
Michigan.
lunch break.
You can forget it, South Carolina. You can forget it, everybody. All those cars are going to be made in China. You know, I sometimes wonder if all this stuff is made to sound purposefully ridiculous, so we all get hung up on the way the language sounds instead of the policy ideas behind it. But the substance of it is essentially Project 2025, just with a stupider, more annoying presentation. I mean, you could make a pretty strong argument for voting against this guy just so we don't have to spend the next 4 years listening to him talk. But the worst parts are really what he'd actually do if he got back into the White House.
Well,
like,
he's
what's
there.
the implication here? That the US auto industry is going to magically return to the glory days of the 1950s if they get back to producing internal combustion engine vehicles exclusively?
Bigger
I'm
is
just not
better.
convinced that's a realistic plan. In case you're thinking this is just Trump pandering to swing state blue-collar workers, let's go to the next Agenda 47 morsel, which is titled, America Must Have the #1 Lowest Cost Energy and Electricity on Earth. The actual transcript has lots of brilliant stuff about windmills and how China is much more enlightened because of all the coal plants they're building, and some more complaining about electric vehicles,
that makes sense.
but the front matter is even more disturbing. He promises to exit the Paris Agreement, I mean the horrendously unfair Paris Climate Accords, so he's basically agreeing with Project 2025, just in more absurd language. And like, you can say Democratic administrations have not been as effective on climate change.
I mean, the fact is I'm pretty sure the Chinese government has been doing some amount of effort to actually close down coal plants and to make their energy more green, because they actually see the implications more so than even our own government to some degree. Although they have a few more people to get electricity to.
As you would like them to be. And I'd argue the Biden administration's actually done a lot, and given how hamstrung they are with a divided Congress, but at least they aren't climate deniers. Let's close this section with some final...
Let's be real. The beginning of Joe Biden, we've talked about this. This has been one of my big complaints about, aside from like his breaking of the auto workers, the rail worker strike. was him basically being a Republican in terms of, you know, oil legislation. And like, he approved a record amount of oil drilling in the first 2 years of his term. So for people who, like, I mean, the Republicans were claiming that he hated the oil industry, and it was such a nonsense gaslighting because he had given them so much more than I would have liked him to in the first place. Okay, you can catch the rest of that over there, but let's just assume that Donald Trump's climate policies will in fact be a fucking disaster. I think it's pretty easy to assume, because the fact is Project 2025 is full of it too. So Agenda, you know, even if we do go by Agenda 47, really either one's gonna be bad. Okay, you know what's really sad, Monop? I have to re-put the Trump face into the lineup. You know what I did, which was completely short-sighted, but I was so sure, like, the night of the election, I was like, I'm never gonna have to do a Trump impression ever again, that I took down Trump. I'm gonna have to bring him back. But I literally can't even go over to the Trump face for the Trump impression right now. I've been too focused on trying to get other things figured out, like since the monetization happened and and since the actual election happened, like, to deal with trying to re-add the Trump. I've just been, you know, having to go completely bare with the impression. All right, you'll know what's happened way too soon. This.
We are once again thrilled to be kicking off the 2024 holiday season here at Rockefeller Center with another wonderful Christmas tree. So the tree this year comes to us from West Stockbridge, Massachusetts.
Oh, I love about this. This is like the epitome of the sort of like anti-argument, like, you know what I mean? Like, to the whole Republican, there's a war on Christmas. This goddamn Christmas tree, this skyscraper tall fucking Christmas tree is going up November 10th. We got a month and a half until Christmas. But we gotta get it up even before the Advent calendar. I mean, come on.
So the tree this year comes to us from West Stockbridge, Massachusetts. The first time in a very, very long time, I think since 1959, that we've had a Massachusetts tree donated by the Albert family. And it's 74 feet tall and 43 feet wide, and I think weighs a robust 11 tons.
So I found this tree back in July of 2020. I went to look at another tree. Stayed overnight. The next day I saw this tree right in front of me coming down the road. And as I was walking around, the tree was perfect all the way around. I said, wow, this is beautiful. By December 4th, the tree's going to have 50,000 lights on it. It's going to look beautiful.
Jesus
and I can't wait to see it lit.
50,000 lights. Look at it. It's like 6 stories tall. Dinosaur. Do we do dinosaur right now? We don't have time for this. I'm moving way too slow. Sorry, chat. We'll save this for Sunday Fun Day. But we don't have time for dinosaur talk. But seriously, am I the only one who thinks it's way too soon to put up that goddamn Christmas tree? November 10th? Come on. Why? I'll be reminded plenty soon enough. Let's go to Hawaii first.
And that breaking news, flooding on Hawaii Island on this first alert weather day. New since 4 o'clock, this photo of a submerged vehicle in Puna's Eden Rock neighborhood. Look closely and you can see the top of what appears to be an SUV that got trapped in the floodwaters. We have no reports of any injuries from this area.
Pretty wild flash flooding right there. Good God. It's got to be 3 feet at least, right? Ish.
And this water is flowing over the roadway in the Pune district. This is in Orchid Land Estates, which has seen heavy showers throughout the day. The National Weather Service says up to 7 inches of rain has fallen in some areas on the Big Island.
And this is a live look right now in Hilo, socked in. A flash flood warning for Hawaii Island was just extended until 7:30 tonight.
Okay. Yeah, that was pretty wild. Let's go straight to this. This is the fire that happened.
Prompting a red
whoopsies.
flag warning, and that means crews are on alert for.
Sorry, hold on. Stream software is moving a little slow right now. Not sure why. Just trying to think. Anyway, if you haven't heard, if you didn't see my short, I think I did a short on this, and honestly, I wish I had clipped longer. But I've just been sort of like inundated with stuff to deal with lately, and I feel bad. But there has been a fire going on the West Coast for the last 3 days. This is in a very, 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 very nice part of California. This is, I think, north. Yeah, this is north of Los Angeles. Essentially, it's very close to Malibu. I think that's the most like notable like place. People know Malibu more than they know like Ventura County or Camarillo County, but yeah, so it's like right there along the coast essentially, and has been getting just blasted. But this was from 5 days ago, and had we gotten to the environmental news 5 days ago, we would have seen this.
Look at this, high winds across the Inland Empire, prompting a red flag warning, and that means crews are on alert for possible wildfires there.
NBC4's Christian Cáceres is live in Riverside with how they're making sure they're ready at a moment's notice. Christian.
Well, Annabelle and Colleen, I can tell you firefighters have told us that those erratic winds have caused a few fires in the Corona area, which we're told they have been put out. But all day we have been feeling these on and off winds across the Inland Empire, and it's also been a burden for a lot of families. Across the Inland Empire, the wind has kept people like Debbie Carroll from Fontana holding on to all of her belongings.
It is.
So yeah, as you can see, super, super windy here. And because of that, red flag warnings were put up across the state, or at least the south part of the state because of that, and because they were concerned about what happened here 2 days ago. Started 3 days ago.
Maria, thanks so much. We are up in Skyfox right now. We are watching a brush fire right now in Ventura County. Of course, the winds are an issue here. Stu, tell us what's going on.
Well, we're just arriving here at Skyfox, making our way out here to Ventura County. Take a look at that. That spread rate is phenomenal, and I don't mean that in a good way at all. This started out clearly as a small brush fire. 250 acres is what we were hearing on our way out here, but that number just growing before our eyes. They did say that there were some structures involved out here as well. Where are we? Well, calling this Balcom Canyon, 7900 block of Balcom Canyon is actually where the initial call was for this fire.
You blame Newsom for lack of raking? Yeah. Very funny. I blame Newsom for focusing too much on dismantling homeless encampments one by one with his bare hands. Doesn't seem like good use of his time. Maybe he should delegate.
Definitely looks like vegetation out here, but when I say vegetation, I mean farms. This is definitely some farmland out here, and that fire is just being pushed by these winds. Skyfox clocking some of these winds right now at 40 to 55 miles an hour, and that is quite a push. Let's get a little bit of a wider shot there. You know, when we go to these brush fires, you see those plumes going straight up in the air. This one laying completely flat, and that, again, that spread rate just continues to move. Ventura Fire, they have a huge battle on their hands right now, and of course they are talking about some evacuations of homes out here in the smoke. Like I said, we're just getting out here in the smoke. We can make out some homes in that area. They do.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next one. We got like a good handful of videos to talk about this, as it from where it was there.
So a story that we're following right now, mandatory evacuations underway and multiple people reported injured from this fast-moving fire in Ventura County, California. Extreme wind conditions actually fueling this blaze, which has now burned about 1,000 acres in just an hour. The blaze jumping highways and taking down homes, other structures. Our Melissa Dunn joins us now by phone. Melissa, bring us up to date. What do we know?
Hey there, Kira. So we are here on the ground in Ventura County. We have just passed several of those roadblocks, getting into some areas where we can see essentially how windy the conditions are, and you can really hear it on the outside. We're seeing and feeling
These appear to
some
be
of
all
those conditions
wine
out here,
vineyards
Kira.
or something like that.
Okay, any idea how it started? Is it too early to know?
Big-ass vineyard.
Any details?
Definitely at this point it is too early to know, but what is very concerning is that this has caught a lot of people by surprise. We were aware that we had those red flag warnings, but the biggest issue, you hear those sirens, and some of those officers have blocked off parts of a Highway 118 here. Certain people, we're hearing reports that have been hospitalized, and it is concerning because these winds are just exceeding and
Yeah, like that's the thing, is they put the warning out days before it, and it came. Oh, yeah.
And our Jeff Nguyen is actually in Moore Park right now with an update for us. Jeff, how bad is it where you are? We see the wind gusting there. Give us an idea of what you're seeing and feeling out there.
Yeah, so Amy, Paul Diano has been talking about how the winds have been really whipping up here.
I think one thing that we should mention is this is very, 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 very late in the year for fires like this. Now, of course, fire season does extend into fall historically, but this late into fall? I mean, we're not that far away from pushing into winter at this point. I mean,
winter is coming.
Like, we are not, like, this is the very back half of fall, and we're having, this isn't the only fire that's happening right now either, so.
You can see it on my camera right now. You can probably hear it through my mic. As John Schreiber pans around, you can see some of the flames that are burning near the Spanish Hills area right now. There are about 2 or 3 dozers that's trying to cut a containment line around some of this, so you can hear some of the creaking that's happening with the Ventura County Fire Department's dozers right now. I am on private property right now. This home belongs to Ken Levin. And Ken, so you were getting ready to evacuate. I'm going to ask John to go ahead and pan towards the flames as Ken talks to us. But talk to me about where you are in this situation.
We live in Spanish Hills adjacent. The side of our house is complete brush, and the goats come and eat it every year. We've never seen anything like this before. Never thought anything would like to happen to us, like this to us. But fire department is out there. They're bulldozing fire breaks on the back of our property, and the wind is going south. So we feel good about where we are. We've got a giant pool to fight anything that comes near our house, but I think we're going to be okay. Thank God for our firefighters that are here to help us.
Yeesh. All right, now this is, I think, some like CCTV footage of, or it's like a combination of footages actually. Fast-moving mountain fire rips through Ventura County. Strong wind gusts spread flames across acres of hillsides northwest of Los Angeles on Wednesday, forcing evacuations. That is spreading fast. So fast. Actually, those might not be... No, those aren't. Is there some sort of other bush? I hope those are vineyards, but those don't appear to be vines at all. I'm so sorry, Chad. I was wrong about that. I don't know what those plants are at all. Let's go to here. Fox 11, Los Angeles. Yeah, it's all dried out. No kidding. Drill, baby, drill. Yeah.
Let's check in with Haley Winslow.
We are literally.
Hopefully, she can hear us as well.
I mean, I don't see what's going to stop that. Nothing's going to stop that from happening at this point. I don't see what, aside from extreme and massive action by protesters, climate activists. I don't see what else will stop a Trump presidency from doing exactly that. That's what they promised their supporters.
Let's check in with Haley Winslow. Hopefully, she can hear us as well.
Alex, yes, I can. We're on Marine View Drive with some kind of interesting information. So, first of all, we have this ember cast. So see just where this beautiful home was that is completely gone now, and you can see the shower of embers coming off of it. There's not a whole lot left of it. But what firefighters are trying to do is keep those embers from, obviously, they can travel up to even 2 miles, keep them from starting new fires. The problem, they're out of water. So this is Ventura County Fire Station, and the fire hydrant is dry. And the problem is, it's not just dry here, it's dry on the whole water grid. So this whole area of Camarillo is basically out of water. So one house usually would have about 30 firefighters working on it. If one house is on fire, there's 3 of them here. And I just walked by them a minute ago, and they looked...
That is 1/10 of the number that you just said before it. That feels bad.
I'm being repressed!
Yeah, let's just keep moving. We got more to talk about. We're still 3 days back. This fire just became massive. Tens of thousands of acres. Over the last couple of days. Jesus, look at this. This is in Camarillo. Or Camarillo, I think. I don't know how people pronounce it.
Continuing our coverage of the mountain fire, this had to be heartbreaking. One man who lives in the area watched his home burn. He took a moment then and talked with us about seeing this kind of destruction in his neighborhood.
We're shocked at the devastation. We're not the only family that has suffered tremendous losses. It's just stuff, but it's the stuff that the memories are made out of, and so the emotions are sad and but also, you look at our neighbors and it's just a general sadness in Camarillo. This is something that's never happened before.
It is absolutely amazing, the resilience and the attitude. One neighbor told us the #1 priority here is saving lives and making sure everyone is safe. We have to save people before we save buildings. He was right.
Yeah. The human cost is huge right now on environmental disasters this year. Climate change is absolutely just having a massive human effect right now across the world. America seems to be seeing more and more of it recently. Whoopsies. Don't do that. What are you doing? Please hold. Ahem. Okay. Oh shit. The stream software is lagging now. What is this? Don't do this. Do not play me, sir. We'll go full screen. Oh, I forgot to make a second TV scene. Oh, that was silly. That was a silly mistake.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Ah. Oh, hope everybody's doing good. Enjoying the stream, hopefully, and each other. This is very rude.
How rude. Oh, girl, baby girl.
The hell with Thanksgiving? Wow. What if we do a galactic Thanksgiving? Would that intrigue anybody? I mean, come on. Sounds fun. I mean, I'm not saying anything for sure. Maybe we could do something. We could give galactic thanks. Although, I'm not feeling a ton of galactic thanks for the stream software not working right now. Little annoying. But I am feeling a lot of thanks for all of you people and all the great donations that you have sent my way here today. And the fact that the stream is finally monetized after 9 months of efforting. Oh, yay, the stream software is on. Let's go. Let's go, baby.
More than 10,000 acres of Southern California consumed by the mountain fire. The area's high winds creating a red flag blaze so aggressive there is no accurate number of damaged and destroyed structures because conditions are too unsafe for inspection teams to assess. ABC's Melissa Adon joins us now.
Juju, we're here in Ventura County. This is where the mountain fire is moving so rapid, incredibly fast. It is taking over homes. We see those flames and those embers coming over because the speed of these winds are just so powerful. But right now, there are reports of several homes that have been burned, destroyed that we're seeing. But the count right now is just the fire response, making sure that they can save all that they can of property and having these mandatory evacuations underway across Ventura County.
Tonight, multiple homes in flames in Southern California, a wildfire emergency fueled by howling Santa Ana winds.
Right now, there's absolutely no containment on this. It is burning out of control.
In Ventura County, the mountain fire burning nearly 9,000 acres in just 4.5 hours.
I texted my husband about 8:55 and I said, I smell smoke and it seems close. And I went outside and I saw all the black smoke coming. So we just started.
Jesus, those winds are so fast. You can hear them, you can see them.
We're going to have numerous fatalities in here if we don't have
Companies engaged. Do what you need to do to save lives.
Sheriff's deputies racing door to door, rescuing trapped elderly residents in wheelchairs. Just south of there, the Broad Fire in Malibu.
Oh, god damn,
brush,
dude.
Quickly jumping to homes.
Probably.
Did you see that? They hit that poor firefighter. Got absolutely pummeled by that, whatever that horrifying black substance is.
Just south of there, the Broad Fire
this poor
in
guy.
Malibu,
Both of them.
In dry brush,
Both of them
quickly
got
jumping
hit.
to homes.
Probably
Jesus.
close to 50-mile-an-hour gusts, and it makes it nearly impossible to save a home once it starts on fire in conditions like these.
Oh my god, it moved all the way out to the water.
Coast Highway in both directions as fire crews assaulted the fire from the ground.
That's
Shoppers
insane.
dropping water right on top of them.
You don't imagine the beach being on
burning
fire.
all
Look
the
at
way
it.
to the Pacific
Oh
Ocean.
my
This
god.
home complete.
This is insane. The beach is literally on fire.
What you talking about?
Yeah.
Dozens of homes have been destroyed as the mountain fire rips through Ventura County.
The wind-driven fire moving at an alarming rate, exploding from 250 acres yesterday to now more than 14,000 acres. KTLA 5's Carlos Herrera live now from Camarillo with the latest. Carlos, good morning.
Those houses on Malibu Beach, I think, are like, oh my god. I think they are insanely expensive. Like, tens of millions of dollars in some case.
We're off of Valley Vista Drive here in Camarillo, and it really is heartbreaking to see the devastation, widespread devastation in this neighborhood. Some homes still standing this morning, but many others aren't so fortunate. This one is one of them, burned to the ground late last night. A neighbor's telling me that the folks who lived here have been calling this place home for several years. Now they're faced coming back to this, ashes and debris. You'll notice here still some hot spots burning and the wind still blowing in this area. We have seen firefighters, crews driving around this area, making sure that these hot spots are out so these embers don't fly around and catch other properties on fire. Now, they tell me that these early morning hours, they're crucial because
All right, not tens of millions, but it looks like the median home around here is something like, I couldn't find a medium home price, but all the ones I'm clicking that are on the shore there are like 10, 15 million. So at least 10 million, not tens of, but damn. Wow. You know, we've been talking about the insurance crisis. It seems like it's going to get worse.
the winds aren't as strong as they will be later today.
Wow, completely gone.
Overnight, the mountain fire made a significant push into the southern side of Santa Paula, threatening multiple ranch-style homes on Balcom Canyon Road near the Santa Clara River. The explosive flames posing a threat or a challenge for the 800 crews on the ground. They're now relying heavily on helicopters dropping a slew of retardant to protect homes. The fast-moving mountain fire has forced more than 10,000 people to flee. As of this morning, some 3,500 properties in Moorpark, Camarillo Heights, and Santa Paula are threatened. Dozens have already been destroyed and others damaged, with official tallies not yet available, as officials say it is unsafe.
And this report was from 2 days ago, right? Which one is this? KTLA? Yeah, this is from 2 days ago. It's gotten worse. Let's go here. This is Fox 11 Los Angeles, aerial view from 2 days ago in Ventura County.
Hey, good morning, Maria. Good morning, everybody. If the fire is in your concerns this morning, I can tell you that most of this active fire that we're seeing right here is actually very, very close to Santa Paula. So the bulk of the fire is up in the hillsides. This is not near any homes or structures, and is just burning vegetation. And again, this is very close to the Santa Paula area. There are fire trucks down there. There are a number of them, and they're actually waiting for the sunrise, which is happening right now, and possibly they're going to start another aerial attack. Much different sight picture as well. Maria was talking about those winds and those high winds, and that was in a 24-hour period. Right now, we are understanding that Camarillo is reporting 20-knot winds, which is very different than the 55 sustained that was happening yesterday afternoon. And you can also see that smoke rising a little bit. Yesterday, it was laying very, very flat. Yeah. So the winds are lighter right now, but we know that can change, especially when that sun...
You can clearly see that. I mean, I can very clearly see that. The second you look at those smoke clouds, I mean, the previous ones were violent looking. They were going, like you said, sideways, flat against the ground. I mean, this one's clearly still traveling, so it's not like the wind isn't a factor still. But at least it's not going... whatever it was, 65 miles an hour.
Comes up. I'm going to pan down a little bit. That's going to be Mountain Road. That's going to be the major road that's in the area. I believe that is closed also right now because of firefighting activity. There's a number of fire trucks down there, and crews might be making their way up into this hillside, but that firefight's still very active. But you got to...
Okay, let's go now to the Associated Press. This is from 2 days ago as well. These should be in chronological order.
We have 10 damage inspection teams out working today. They're
Jesus.
organized by our sheriff's
Look at
department,
that.
by our Office of Emergency Services.
Look how tall those flames are. That is insane. I mean, that's a mountain, right? Or not mountain, it's a massive hill. These must be 150 plus feet in the air.
Organized by our sheriff's department, by our Office of Emergency Services. Their process is to go through and identify all the houses and all the conditions that they may be in, that it could be undamaged, damaged, or destroyed. Currently, the teams have completed 298 inspections. Of this, the teams discovered 88 were damaged and 132 were destroyed.
On the injuries, we've had 10 confirmed injuries from the fire, most of which were smoke inhalation and otherwise non-life-threatening.
Jesus Christ.
To date, we've evacuated over 400 homes, 250 residents choosing to stay and protect their homes, and there were 800 homes that no one was home, so assuming they had either left before we arrived, were at work, or otherwise out of town.
Okay, this, I believe, yeah, this is Ventura County residents describing their escape from the mountain fire to the Associated Press.
It's like trying to put out a blowtorch with a squirt gun.
First it skipped us and it started burning our neighbor's house past us. We thought we were okay. Evacuated anyway, and today came back and the house was gone. Photos and SD cards and the smallest things, one bag of clothes and one bag for the animals. And that's about all that would fit.
The fire was there. There was black, heavy smoke with debris just flowing at us. And I didn't know if our neighbors got out, and my phone didn't work, so I didn't know if anybody was stuck.
Parked the patrol car and saw the frenzy of them trying to grab stuff, and I unhooked the RV, and as we were pulling the RV down the driveway, you know, there's such thick smoke we could barely even see the house at that point. And patrol car didn't make it, but hey, that's okay. They're replaceable. People aren't.
It's a very sensible and well managed. I mean, I feel like it'd be very difficult to even talk about it. You know, I feel like whatever. I mean, just it's a horrifying experience, and thankfully, you know, these people managed to survive to get out. But at least according to the latest reports, well over 100 structures were destroyed. Something like 150, at least up to now, from my understanding. Let's go on now to this.
So right now we're focusing on the recovery effort. Obviously the fire has blown through this area. And while it might seem that the active firefighting is over, we move into a whole nother process, and that is to help the residents who have lost their homes recover. And if that means we're shoulder to shoulder sifting through ashes, then that's what that means. Our residents are part of our family. These are people that we protect day in and day out when we come to work, and that doesn't stop after major wildfires.
We looked out the windows and saw a lot of smoke in the canyon, and cars going down the road with horns are blaring saying, get out of here, get out of here. And we grabbed the cat and my wife said, we got to get out of here now. And so that's what we left with, the clothes on our back, and that's about it. The things that we knew were there, like there was a motorcycle in the garage, no sign of it anywhere.
Melted.
You know, just so many things like
melted
that. Melted
cars.
Gone, you know.
This is insanity. Climate change in real time. Yes. Yes, Tamara.
He now stands at more than 20,600 acres with 17% containment this morning.
Climate
and firefighters remain at the scene trying to get control of the flames as more than 100 structures have burned in just a matter of hours. Let's check in with NBC4's Annette Arriola live in Camarillo with a look at the devastation. Annette, good morning.
Hey there, good morning to you, Michelle. Hello, everybody. Yeah, this is a stretch of Highland Drive, what you're seeing behind us. We've actually seen a couple of fire engines going up and down within a matter of moments. And what you see all around you is homes that have been completely spared and others that are just gone. Now, if we get close here to this canyon, this is where all the flames rip through, right? You can see there the burned trees. Out on the distance, you see just how close those flames came to. But when you go down and up the hill over here onto Highland Drive, this house is completely gone. This was somebody's front yard. This was a trailer. We can see a couple of cars that were attached. And if you make your way around the front area, what you're going to come and you're going to see is you're going to see the garage. Nothing left. Everything is now completely in cinders. The home, there are no walls. There is no roof. In fact, the only way you can tell that this was a home, Michelle, is because the chimney is still standing there. Now, again, this was a wind-driven fire. That's something that we've been talking about all throughout our fire coverage. So what we saw a lot of is those embers flying everywhere, and that is why we saw some properties completely gone and others that were spared. Now, just
can't make any sense of who whose house burns down, who doesn't. There is no sense to it. Not really. The winds change. Suddenly your house is in danger. Change again. Somebody else's. So did this one completely eliminate any towns too? What counts as completely eliminating a town? 30, 40, 50, what 70? What percentage of the structures counts as complete? Does it have to be all? Does it have to be 100%? I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's not even close to any of those numbers that I just said, but I guess we'll see later on. I don't actually know. I have to look that up. But I'm pretty sure it's a small percentage, but it's certainly going to devastate a lot of people, you would assume. And hopefully all those people had insurance, but a lot of people, more and more, are foregoing insurance or being canceled and are having to go, what's it called? There's a word for this, going, I forget what they call it, but there's some term that people have coined for not having an insured home in this current climate, and a lot of people aren't choosing to do that to avoid cost or have no choice because they have been kicked off of their plans and can't find another insurance provider. All right, let's go to this. If you missed this, a massive storm went through Oklahoma earlier this week. Yeah.
Holy moly. Another bad area, another bad, hard hit area right here.
This is insane.
Just north of Moore.
This is not tornado season right
Standing.
now. It's done. It should be done by now.
From the air,
Usually
but
it
with
ends,
round 2 coming in, it's going to make it more difficult
I think,
to do
in
that
October,
to you
at
guys.
least.
It's really, really
If not
evident
earlier.
where the tornado went through here. It's really evident.
Oh my fucking...
The scar through this neighborhood. This is going to be a...
Like, this is a great example of what we were just talking about, right? Like, what counts as a completely destroyed town? Does this count? Like, this entire neighborhood appears to be pretty much devastated. I mean, there's a few houses that got missed, but then look at the fucking path of this thing. Jesus Christ.
It's really, really evident where the tornado went through here. It's really evident the scar through this neighborhood. This is going to be a long fix. This is going to, if it wasn't for the tornado sirens, and if it wasn't for those alerts that many of us got on our phones, it could have been a lot worse. That's for sure. It happened during the time change. So right at 2 o'clock when the time changed, Damon Lane was on air, and he brought those live reports as the time changed. So that'll kind of tell you when those tornadoes hit. Of the damage in Hera, now we're getting these views here of the damage here in North Moore, right here around. But so there's an opportunity here for.
Wait, does Google think that there's Thanksgiving in the UK? Because that's kind of... I mean, I guess... Hey, I mean, British people, maybe you want to celebrate? Because, I mean, some of your formerly British people decided to leave and do some Native American genocide. I guess you could celebrate that if you want.
All those Oklahomans out there, all of our friends that want to help, you can.
Yeesh. That is intense.
6 o'clock.
Devastation from that. I think it was multiple tornadoes that all hit the same area all at once. And you can clearly see that the devastation was, well, it was near complete. In at least that particular neighborhood in Oklahoma there, just utterly just upended. Now, of course, winter is technically coming.
Winter is coming.
So, let's go here to CBS Colorado with some news about that from a couple of days ago, as apparently snow should already have hit the region this weekend, I believe.
Day, First Alert Chief Meteorologist Dave Aguilera keeping a close eye on conditions for us.
Yeah, and we have lots of schools and businesses closing for the snow tomorrow, and it is on our way out there right now. We're not bad. We had a little sunshine come in this afternoon, but don't let that fool you. We've got round 2 coming your way tomorrow morning. Our drive right now, a lot better than this morning. We had a little bit of snow that came through and really made the road slick this morning. It was very icy out there. Now, as the sun sets now, there might be some icy icy patches, especially in the neighborhood, that you got to watch out for, but it's a big improvement over this morning. I do want to point out that some of the areas of southern Colorado, man, they have got over 2 feet of snow in places like Beulah, San Isabel down there, 32.3 inches of snow, over a foot.
Winter is not just...
Winter is coming.
Winter's not just coming. It seems to be here, at least for some parts of the country. Other parts seem to be completely ignoring the seasons entirely. It's very, very weird. Very, very weird.
Climate and everything are the same word.
Oh, shut up,
Black
Jordan
Forest,
Peterson.
Elizabeth, and Genesee as well, and there is more on the way. Southern Colorado, eastern Colorado could have record snowfall amounts as the snow is pushing through. Another way.
So yeah, if you live in Colorado, keep yourself prepared. It looks like things heading your way. And by things, I mean a shit ton of snow. All right, what next? Let's go here to this. We were just talking about this. France 24 English 4 days ago. Paying the price of climate change. Louisiana's insurance crisis.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
In Louisiana, half of the population live in the marshes and bayous that make up much of the state, some 2 million people. It's a coastline which is increasingly vulnerable to the storms in the Gulf of Mexico that cost insurance companies billions of dollars in damages.
Oh my God.
From where?
Since Hurricane Katrina hit,
I was trying to figure out who that guy looked like. You're right, he does look like Josh Shapiro. That weather, are you talking about that weatherman?
9 feet from where?
Since Hurricane Katrina hit in 2005, Habitat for Humanity has been one of the most prolific builders in New Orleans. They help the most disadvantaged people become homeowners.
Habitat builds homes in partnership with families, but we also finance. So we are builders and we're lenders.
But in recent months, the organization has been struggling to help new beneficiaries.
In this country, when you have a mortgage, you also have to have homeowners insurance and you have to have flood insurance, depending on where your home is. And for Habitat families, 10 years ago, you could buy a house and the property, the insurance might be $800 to $1,500 a year. For those same properties, we've seen those policy costs double, triple, quadruple, quintuple.
Since 3 hurricanes hit in 2020 and 2021, Louisiana has been in the grip of an insurance crisis. Some insurance companies have gone bankrupt.
Shit is so fucked. But this is this is the state of all of this right now. And the fact is, these companies are still making billions of dollars. But in some cases, they're choosing to go bankrupt. They're using different vehicles to avoid liability, to avoid paying out on these policies, and it's criminal. Illegal. At least in my opinion, but it's not legally speaking, I don't think. But it's certainly wrong. And you know, the ones that are still left are just jacking up rates.
Others have left the state, and those that remain are charging staggering prices.
I see the insurance crisis in Louisiana as the biggest existential threat to our families, to our culture, to our community, to businesses and economic development. People are going into...
Let's not forget we bailed out this industry with trillions of dollars. The T. Remember 2008? AIG? You know, you know, what was the other one? I mean, there was at least within the banking institutions that failed, there were a number of insurers that failed that we bailed out. And yet they are choosing to do this to Americans. A supposedly, what was it again? A too big to fail and intrinsically important institution for America. And yet now they're just sort of stabbing people in the back.
Illegal.
Closure and losing their homes because they can no longer afford insurance, or they are selling them at a loss, or they're just doing a reverse mortgage, or they're walking.
Yeah, that if you have to do a reverse mortgage to pay your insurance, that's a definition of underwater. As far as it, like, I mean, wild. Nobody should be having to do that. Just know that. Literally doing that is, I mean, it's sort of the definition of like financially irresponsible. It means that you can't afford the house, right? If you are having to tap the home equity to pay the insurance to like, oh my God. Oh boy. That is, I mean, this whole situation has got serious Big Short vibes written all over it right now. But this is a whole different crisis. But it's not like they stopped doing what they were doing back then either. So those, I don't know if you've ever heard of them, like the collateralized debt obligations, the swaps and all these other sorts of things. Those are also happening. But now this is also in play. So, if anything, we're in a worse spot than we were then. Even though home prices are sky high. Alright, let's go to this, because there's another wildfire that's been going on in, actually a number of wildfires going on the East Coast, both in New Jersey and, well, let's go here. CBS New York.
Now to the brush fire that's been burning more than 24 hours in New Jersey. Chopper 2 live over the scene in Rockaway Township. The flames have scorched more than 140 acres of land. It's only 30% contained. The fire threatening 13 structures. 8 of them have been evacuated. This is all happening in Morris County. That's where our Alicia Reed joins us tonight.
Fire officials are calling this the perfect storm. Red flag fire conditions and a historic drought. Then add the wind that's fanning the flames, making it difficult to control. The Craig Muir Lookout wildfire lights up the night sky as firefighters work diligently to get it under control. Drone technology used to keep an eye on the fire near October Hill Road. From above, chopper video shows the extent of the damage.
Engines, dozers, crews, and we're really trying to hit this thing hard.
It started near Notch Road in Rockaway Township Thursday night. Residents on Green Pond Lane evacuated voluntarily on Friday as the fire threatened their homes. 2 helicopters were deployed, dumping gallons of water on the fire, while crews attacked from the ground.
It's pretty scary. You know, we had to evacuate 15 horses from our property.
Mike Pinter lives one town over from Rockaway Township and is doing everything he can to protect his home.
It's pretty important to keep the leaves away because they burn fast.
Yeah.
We don't want to see the house go up.
I took the cover off this car here, so if a spark flies onto it, it hopefully I don't lose it.
This all comes as New Jersey faces extreme fire danger. The National Weather Service issuing a red flag warning due to the wind.
Yeah, and the problem is that, you know, the leaves are falling later and later in New York and in just the north in general. And so you have a shit ton of recently fallen, very dry leaves sitting there, just ready to burn up later and later in the season. People aren't expecting it. And stuff like this happens.
Dry conditions, outdoor burning, fireworks, or anything with the potential
Jesus,
to burn
look at that.
is prohibited.
Oh my God.
There is no end in sight for this drought.
Crews will be fighting the flames throughout the night as they work to get it under control. Officials still do not know what caused it to ignite on Halloween night. In Morris County, Alicia Reed.
Okay, actually, we should go back. because we have more to talk about in New York.
I have some breaking news right now.
This is on Staten Island.
Helicopter 7, live over a brush fire scene. This is in the Brookfield Park section. Shannon Sohn in the chopper, and boy, Shannon, there are no homes there, I don't think, right?
Yeah, there are no homes. This is right inside Brookfield Park, but the problem is that it is inside the park, and the fire department having a difficult time getting their apparatus to this fire despite the 2-alarm response. So we've literally just started to watch firefighters walking in with backpacks trying to put this fire out, but we're going to walk you through this with Street Spotter 7. This is just off of Brookfield Avenue, off of Arthur Kill Road. You see the first fire truck there coming into your picture. What was happening here when we first got on the scene? This access road, as well as this access road, were acting as natural fire breaks for this fire, but you can clearly see where the fire jumped to that area. Where that fire truck is now, that's where the fire started. You've now got about 500 to 600 feet on fire in that area, and we're just going to bring this picture out where you see all those fire trucks on the bottom side of your screen. In fact, we're going to bring up the area. This section has already completely burned out, so they were able to get the fire department apparatus there, but they are really struggling with this other section. We should point out there is a Costco there in the background of your picture. Initially, they did have fire department responding there as well, but it seems contained to this area. Nothing.
Now, thankfully, this did not get out of control. They did manage to contain this eventually, from my understanding. This one on Staten Island. But this is a report on the fire we were just talking about before that was in New Jersey from 8 days ago. It is still going on. This is from 5 hours ago, back to CBS New York, with crews battling this same fire in northern New Jersey. Multiple fires now, actually, in northern, not just that one, but multiple.
Brush fires burning in New Jersey and sparking in the city. The smoke from at least one fire blowing across the Hudson, raising air quality concerns in New Jersey and New York. Tonight, we have team coverage as crews work to get these flames under control. Alicia Reed in New Jersey, where several fires are burning at this hour, and Derek Waller is in Brooklyn, where at least one brush fire was reported today. And here in the city, firefighters responded to brush fire this afternoon in Van Cortlandt Park. As Derek Waller reports, it wasn't the only brush fire in Brooklyn.
And here in Garrettson Beach, Brooklyn firefighters just wrapped up operations after that brush fire that broke.
Brush fires in fucking Brooklyn in November.
Out earlier this afternoon, the FDNY tells us the fire broke out around 2:30, and thankfully it's now out and there were no reports of any injuries. It's unclear how it started, but the dry, windy conditions certainly didn't help. This fire also adding to air quality concerns, a hazy sunset tonight, with those fires also burning in New Jersey and last night's 2-alarm fire in Prospect Park. Neighbors here are taking precautions.
Just been trying to keep the windows closed generally. Trying not to walk outside too much, but it's definitely been a lot worse with, like, especially some of these Canadian ones I've noticed, but seeing it so close is what's scary.
And right now the air quality index is nearing 200, closing in on the very unhealthy range. And again, as for these brush fires that have been popping up, Mayor Eric Adams actually saying that because of these dry, windy conditions, you can expect these dangerous conditions to continue.
Boy, well, hopefully people manage to get these under control and people manage to stay safe throughout all of this. But this is insane for in New York City to be catching fire in the middle of November from wildfires, brush fires. It is apocalyptic. There's no other word for it. It is fucking insane. I try to avoid using that word as much as possible, but the fact is we are met with so much bad stuff going on right now that it feels that way, even if maybe we aren't literally experiencing that. It's got vibes. And vibes are a thing too. Okay, let's move on to this other vibe. Water. We're gonna skip this one for Sunday Fun Day. This one's not fun, but yeah. So let's go to this one. Because a hurricane formed in the Gulf of Mexico earlier this week. Oh, wait, shit. Hold on.
Time now for your tropical update. I'm ABC 13 meteor.
Please hold. We are frozen. Why are we frozen?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is unacceptable.
How rude!
Oh, why are you doing this to me? Oh, I guess I can click them. Oh, there we go. I can click them. I just can't see them. I literally just guessed where the scene is. I use this software way too much. Okay. Never mind. I take it back. Let's keep it going. Hurricane, Category 2.
Time now for your tropical update. I'm ABC 13 meteorologist. Time now for your tropical update. I'm ABC 13 meteorologist Alita Loresca. We continue to talk about Rafael, now a Category 2 hurricane, and this should emerge into the Gulf of Mexico later on this week as a Category 2 storm. But you can see it is expected to weaken based on the latest forecast from the National Hurricane Center. Still some uncertainty as to whether or not this system is going to be able to track toward the upper Texas coastline. But right now we've got a split in models. We've got one model showing that it could make a play for the upper Texas, Louisiana coastline. That's the GFS. Meanwhile, the European is leaning more toward a Mexico landfall headed into the Bay of Campeche and then moving.
So yeah, there's, as you can see, the spaghetti models have this storm going all over. This was from 3 days ago on Wednesday. And I don't have much of an update on it aside from this. In Cuba from a day ago, where it actually became a Category 3 storm and struck the country, leaving it in, well, in some places in fucking pieces.
Ay, porque a mí no.
This happens every year. We get water coming in and wind. This time the wind was very strong. Took off the roofs. At least there was no loss of life. So yeah, as you can see, Hurricane Rafael leaving Cuba underwater in many places. And as that guy said, roofs ripped off. You can see here siding just torn off buildings. And it is heading, what it would appear, towards the U.S. coast. We will see what happens the next day or so. Let's go now to Spain. If you haven't heard, absolutely devastated by flooding. Just horrifying images here, which we have not looked at all week. So we're going to do that now. How deep into the stream are we right now? I can't even see my time. The thing about all this, for me, this is so difficult to watch, this particular example, is that Valencia is not a place that sees flooding like this. It's one of those examples, one of these outlier examples of extreme flooding, where it really makes you think about what's at risk. What's at risk from this or that sort of climate change risk. New York on fire. Brooklyn. Wildfires in Brooklyn in November. I mean, these sorts of things back to back in the same week. If that doesn't worry people, I don't know what the fuck will. I really don't. Like, if I'm the only one.
Vamos a limpiar eso primero y lo echamos todo así.
Pues desde las 8:30 hasta las 6 de la mañana. Y se llevaron primero los bomberos cuando pudieron entrar, se llevaron a la gente mayor y después yo, como en Valencia no...
Sorry, I don't speak Spanish. Certainly not well enough to be able to translate this for you. Sorry, chat. Is it just me, or does this look like the set of The Walking Dead or something? Like, what the fuck? This is insane.
Big current and cars swimming. Grand apocalypse.
I think I'm not sure entirely what he said, but he said something like the current carried, and he just gave up on it. Tried to switch to English, and then was like, "Big apocalypse." Jesus Christ. Yeah, those are the vibes. I'm glad I'm not the only one running out of words aside from apocalypse to explain some of the stuff we're looking at, because it's wild. So if you can't tell what's going on here, this is in Spain, in Valencia. People were furious when Spain's king came to the aftermath of this flooding in Valencia, and as you can see, they are screaming at this guy. Holy fuck. Spain has deployed thousands of troops. Team of specially trained dogs have been deployed to search for victims. Total number of missing persons unknown. This was from 5 days ago. Oh my God. I'm sorry. This is... Look at this picture. This doesn't look real. Like, I'm not literally claiming that it's not real. I'm saying it looks surreal. That it looks like a movie. It looks like a science fiction dystopic wasteland. Look, they have this. Look at this fucking car, half flattened, hanging over the edge, held up by debris. Chris Nolan is having a fucking field day right now.
There's no time to stop. But then people find things and they're forced to. Because now there is a before. Carlos was watching TV before the rain started.
How did you manage in the water? Did you have to swim?
Yes, underwater.
He shows us how high the water was. It happened in minutes. So he swam in the darkness, pushing armchairs out the way,
6
into
feet.
the kitchen.
I mean, I assume this guy is
the way.
around 6 feet tall. He looks like he's around that height. Might actually be a little taller. So, but that is look at that water line. That looks cartoonish.
Finally reaching the outhouse.
I remember that in the bathroom there's a stair, and I can underwater get the stair, put here, and climb to this roof.
And any news from the government? They are coming to help you?
Today, the first day, the help is arriving here.
Out.
Okay, let's keep this moving because we're still back like 5 days right now. I'm gonna try and get us caught up here because there's a bunch of stuff that's been happening.
Severe flooding has
around
hit
all
Barcelona following extremely heavy rain, less than a week after the devastating floods in Valencia, which killed more than 200 people. Barcelona has been on red alert for torrential rain. Water entered some parts of the main airport, causing major flight delays, and trains were suspended too. Nick Beak reports first, though, from Valencia, where rescue workers are continuing to comb through underground car parks to search for missing people.
The official search for bodies goes on, all along the flood-ravaged ravines. But many of the families of Spain's missing have given up on the authorities and are doing the work themselves. This new Instagram page, part tribute, part plea for help to find their loved ones. Among them, brothers Ivan, on the left, and Ruben, just 3 years old.
Jesus Christ.
We went to the boys' town and found the family
20
home.
people?
What's left of it.
Killed.
The brothers' bedroom door.
A flood.
One of the few things still
In a
standing.
major city center.
Every one of the communities devastated by these floods has its own particular dreadful story. What happened here is the sheer power of the water picked up trucks. One of them came crashing down towards the family home. It knocked down a wall. The lights went out. The water came in, sweeping away the two boys and their dad.
Jonathan, their next-door neighbour, told us what happened next.
The water destroyed everything in its path. The dad told me that he'd managed to take his boys in his arms, but then realised they had gone. He said the power of the water was incredible.
Oh my God, they shouted, when the water flooded Valencia's largest shopping centre last week. It had been full of families. Many of them escaped, but fears have grown that some may have been trapped in the underground car park. Dozens of...
Oh God, not the underground car park. Oh. Okay, we're gonna get through it.
empty cars have been retrieved, but others have not yet been reached. When we asked one police officer if he knew whether anyone had died here, he wouldn't tell us. Many Spaniards are furious at a lack of information. Today in the second city, Barcelona, a new deluge filled the streets, cancelling trains and planes, bringing more misery. Last week's devastating floodwaters have long receded, but they've exposed anger and a sense of abandonment, and that feeling is not going away. Nick Beak, BBC News, Valencia.
And the
Okay, let's go to this now. This is the AP. Few AP stories in a row.
No, aquí estaba toda la calle llena
Sorry,
de coches.
hold on.
Y aquí.
I'm going to turn the volume down so I can read these. I keep forgetting to do this. The street here was full of piled cars. Nobody came. But all the neighbors in the street have organized themselves very well to do the cleanup. And if it looks this clean now, it's because of us. It doesn't look clean. I'm sorry, but although it does look cleaner, we also set a table and started making coffee for those cleaning, and we became a local point for food and drinks. People are in mourning, obviously, but task forces of volunteers have been sent. Groups of doctors and nurses knocking door to door, asking about people's health. Several health points have been set throughout the town. All of it is very improvised, and we are attending people. Many of those helping are volunteers. We are taking care of people. The entire streets just look like they're just, I mean, completely filled with trash. There's no other way to put it. And it's not trash, of course, it's just trash now. It used to be people's lives and belongings. Mostly, you would assume. Maybe some trash mixed in there. Everything's mixed together now. Look at this. This is insane. This is a railroad. Just covered in cars. Totally normal. Totally normal.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Everything's fine. Everybody, nothing to see here. Just a very normal railroad covered in a very normal amount of cars. That's all it is. Everyday stuff.
Why everything is the same word?
All right, let's go here. This is 3 days ago? Yeah.
La tuya no la otra.
¿Tú ves la Casa Blanca?
Toda la vida ahí. Todos mis recuerdos. Mis padres vivieron.
Jesus Christ, man.
Todo. Y ahora de la noche a la mañana esto.
I don't even know what he's saying. He's making me now.
Por 5 minutos más no estamos vivos porque.
I can barely understand half the words he's saying, and he's making me get all emotional with that. Oh boy.
Juan. Aviso no hubo ninguno, o sea, nosotros también creo que al final se lo sobrepasó a todo, porque esto es verdad que se debería de avisar, pero en esas circunstancias no creo que nadie pudiera hacer nada tampoco. Era una cosa fuera de lo normal, jamás vista.
Okay, let's go move on here. This is France 24 from 2 days ago. See, we're getting caught up to current time. This is making me feel good, not gonna lie. I need to get the stories out.
It's a never-ending nightmare for the residents.
So we can move on, at least
Streets
slightly.
are still covered in water 9 days after the floods. The muddy water is mixed with sewage and rubbish, but they have to make daily progress no matter what.
Poop water.
Little by little, I'm getting there.
Mixed in with everybody's
it's going to take
favorite
more than
stuff.
6 months to clean it
You know what
all
I mean?
up.
Like that's what it is, right?
The problem
Like
now is that they've thrown mud into the sewage system.
it's like if you're a person that lives in Valencia here or in any of the other affected area here, it's like, you know, all your favorite belongings mixed in with poop water, right? Like that is just you can't imagine.
All up. The problem now is that they've thrown mud into the sewage system. It's all clogged up. That's why the water is no longer being drained.
This resident is desperate to reach her neighbour who is stuck at home with her children.
What do you need for the children?
Milk and nappies. That's all I need. I'm with the children all day and I'm at my wit's end. It's like being in prison, but at home.
The situation has even deteriorated. With the sewage system now blocked, authorities fear that the stagnant water could lead to epidemics.
Yeah.
They've issued a call for tankers from all over the country.
Look at the amount of rubble and mud inside.
These volunteers have come from Toledo to help.
If we don't clean it up, there'll be war here.
Their efforts pay off this time. This sewer is unblocked. But in the city, there are still dozens of clogged drains, streets
Look at these pictures.
be cleared, and hundreds of wrecked cars to be evacuated.
This is wild. No, this is not Gunjcon 24. No, this is Valencia, Spain. After this most recent flood earlier this week, I think it first hit on last Sunday, and we've been so inundated by electoral news, things like that, we've barely had time to get past those things, let alone talk about other places and other events. I lost my place. Where are we? Oh boy, we're moving slow. It's mostly my fault. Partially. Not even get into it. Just move along. This is from 14 hours ago. Aerial views of some of this destruction in Valencia. This was apparently a railroad. I don't see any evidence of that. I don't see any rail line whatsoever here. Do you? Oh, a little bit there. I saw it. Oh, yep. There's that. There it is. Oh, wow. Holy fuck. Wow, this guy's got real shaky hands on the drone. Well, that's gonna take a while to fix. They seem to be right on it, but people are, well, they seem very upset, and I don't blame them. Because things are still, well, they still look like this. This is from 12 hours ago. I wonder how many towns and cities are in places similar to Valencia, Spain, that haven't seen floods like this in, you know, the modern era, essentially, and will be forced to face similar stuff. I like it. Should probably do some more research on that. We're going to skip this. I think we saw footage of this in a different video, so we're going to skip this one. Showing people doing local food kitchens for their neighbors and go straight to this. Tens of thousands of people took to the street demanding the resignation of the regional president after recent lack of action on flooding. The regional leader, Carlos Maison, holy shit, you're moving fast. Give me a second to read. The regional leader, Carlos Maison, has been heavily criticized for not adequately preparing for the flood that killed more than 200 people. We are alive. I don't know how. The only thing I want to say is that this abandonment and institutional negligence must be held accountable. Some demonstrations left muddy boots outside this. Oh my god. Okay. Well, this happened right after that. So I think the last video we have on the flooding, yeah. At least 217 people have been killed so far as a result of the floods. Demonstrations are demanding the resignation of those that, as they say, mishandled the crisis.
Y lo único que quiero decir es que este abandono y esta negligencia institucional se tiene que pagar. Y a pesar de que estoy agotada, no he dormido nada, tengo mucha ansiedad, estoy aquí para exigir respuestas, porque esto no es normal.
The regional government didn't warn on time for the flooding, didn't respond on time, didn't get the help from the central government on time, and they just did everything that they could wrong. So we want them to quit.
But what we need here is action like this, honestly. Like, I appreciate their emotion. We need action like this on the climate crisis itself. Not just on government inaction and/or mishandling of these sorts of things, but the things that lead to this. Governments are allowing for certain things to happen. Although Spain has been actually doing a much better job than a lot of other countries in terms of switching. So, you know, it's a complicated thing here, but I do understand people's fucking frustrations right now. You can see just how devastated this area has been and how many people died and everything. It's just horrifying. Jesus, do we have time for this one? How deep into this are we? 4 hours and 14 minutes. Okay, yeah. Jeez. I'm moving slow today, folks. I'm sorry. Or it might be because I have 110 videos I've been trying to get us through here today. I mean, we've been doing a pretty good job. Maybe we should take a break now, and then we'll go and finish the environmental half. We just went another 2 hours, so I'm gonna I think that makes no sense. We'll just go back to that. Then do space news. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Why is that happening? Oh, that's why we're on sidechain. Well, I hope everybody has been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Once you've gotten done doing those things, do consider contributing to the show. We pretty much have all the ways now, so, you know, utilize one of them. Whether it's YouTube, whether it's Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, all the things. But really, I still recommend to everybody, just start with Patreon. It's cheap, $3 a month. And you get super sweet space benefits that no one else gets in the entire Milky Way galaxy. Come on. Stuff like getting an avatar here, poolside, or at the bar, or the pool, or the lake, or wherever. Shout outs every stream. Content. All, just, you know, so many things that I can't even get into it right now, but do consider it, and we will talk more soon. Enjoy this space break, and I'll be right back. you're worried about Jerry. You know, I think everybody's probably fine. And I know a couple of people mentioned they were going to take a break from political streams for a short period of time because of the election causing them so much stress, needing personal time, which I can definitely understand. So hopefully everybody's fine. For now, I think best to stay positive and optimistic about all of that in lieu of any further information. Hopefully we'll hear from any of the missing chatters soon. But it is time for us to get to the final half of the show. So we better get back to those seats, Space Fams. Let's finish off our discussion of environmental news in Japan with another circumstance that is, in my estimation, a clear sign of the current climate crisis. This was the Times Now from 10 days ago, discussing something going on with iconic Mount Fuji, Japan's tallest mountain.
After sweltering Japan summer, Mount Fuji remains snowless for longer than ever before. Japan's highest mountain snowless in late October breaks 130-year record. Record-breaking heat signals climate shift? Japan's...
So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they used like some sort of like AI chatbot to actually spit out this response, but this stuff is actually correct. 130 years, Japan has gone and has had snow on Mount Fuji by the time that this video was made, which was 10 days ago. Every year for 130 years, and then suddenly, blam, Mount Fuji bare late October. Essentially October 31st, I think, is when this video came out. 10 days ago. But finally, 3 days ago, the snow did arrive. That's November 7th, so it's a week later than it usually ever shows up. This record, being the most delayed snowfall in 130 years, is significant because there are only a few places which have been recording temperatures for over 130 years. This record is not only due to the increase in temperature, of course, however, it is very significant.
というだけでは片付けられないと思いますけども、この気候変動、地球規模の気候変動が起こっている中では非常に意味のある記録だろうというふうに思います。
It's very troubling because, I mean, you can see quite clearly that Mount Fuji is, the elevation is quite high. It's above the literal clouds. So, you know, should be a place that you would expect to have very, very cold temperatures as well as snow. And yet, nope. Thankfully, it has come to it, but what does it mean that it came a week later than it ever has, essentially, in the history of its temperatures being recorded on this area? Just wild. Alright, hold on. What next? Sorry, the TV is frozen. We can't go back to the TV right now. Now let's go to this. The last of our stories. This isn't really climate change related, aside from the fact that this does spew a ton of carbon into the atmosphere. Here's Mount Luotobi and Laki Laki volcano in Indonesia from yesterday. Ooh. Personally, I've always just been kind of fascinated by not tornadoes. I just called the volcano a tornado. My brain is broken. That kid coughing in the background's a little ominous. It's like, maybe you should leave. Alright, now on to space stories, real quick. This is from 9 days ago. First Canadian lunar rover goes on a test run. Oh, Canada.
Deep craters, dark shadows, eerie quiet. This may seem like the surface of the moon. It's actually suburban Montreal and a testing ground for a Canadian first.
Well, this is it. This is our moon yard.
Canada's space agency is getting ready to explore the dark side of the moon, using homegrown technology to navigate one of the most unforgiving terrains in the solar system.
The attempt being to be as realistic as we can, to try to do what we're doing right now, which are guidance and navigation tests.
This is a prototype created by Ontario company Canadensis, and one piece of Canadian tech playing a crucial role in NASA's Artemis program, which will include Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen's upcoming lunar voyage.
Being able to lead Canada's first rover mission to the moon is just, yeah, we're just thrilled with that.
The Canadian Space Agency has tried to replicate the surface of the moon as best it can here, but there are some things it can't replicate. The rover will have to withstand temperatures as hot as 100 degrees and as cold as -200. Then, peer into those shadowy pockets in search of a...
I'm pretty sure she's talking about Celsius, not Fahrenheit.
Component, ice containing water, which could possibly be used to produce fuel.
There's a lot of oxygen all over the moon, but we until recently believed that there was no hydrogen there. Now it seems that it's there, and we believe that it's in frozen water ice. But without going there to actually see if that's really the case, we don't know.
Getting there is still a few years away.
Okay. So yeah, Canada getting excited to go to the far side of the moon. But Japan has launched the first ever wooden satellite. That's right, wood.
What? Could you drum up?
Yes, that's right. Nope, didn't make that up. Satellite made of wood. Let's see it get launched.
9、8、7、6、5。
全システム発射準備完了。
All systems are go.
メインエンジンスタート。
Main engines start.
SRB3 点火。リフトオフ。
Three boosters ignition and lift off.
H3 ロケット4号機は2024年11月4日午後3時48分00秒に種子島宇宙センターから打ち上げられました。
We have a successful liftoff of H3 launch vehicle flight number 4 from JAXA Tanegashima Space Center at 3:48 p.m. and 0 seconds on November 4th, 2024.
Okay, we don't have to watch the full launch. I do have the full launch sequence in here, but it is 44 minutes long. Completely unnecessary. And the audio is horrendous. Okay. Yeah, I actually didn't get that reference. Sorry, Bob. Alright, let's go here to Forbes breaking news with a Nigel Farage clip. I'm sorry, what? Alright, let's go to Forbes breaking news. But in the UK to see what Nigel Farage has to say about Donald Trump and the UK and the US's relationship.
To have a president that is pro-British after 4 years of the ghastly Biden is a great opportunity for our nation.
What is he talking about?
I really do.
I'm sorry. The ghastly Biden. What did Joe Biden ever do to Britain? Literally nothing. I can't think of a single thing that Joe Biden did to Britain. He's just riffing.
Now, whether a Labour Party that has people like Sadiq Khan in it,
you mean Muslims?
who has waged a 10-year feud, or a Foreign Secretary like David Lammy, who has said the most disobliging things,
actually,
or a Labour Party that sent 100 of its staffers to campaign for Kamala Harris. Can you imagine? Can you imagine a greater diplomatic stupidity than that? So all I've said is that I have a relationship with Trump, but equally,
he's Muslim. So, yeah.
I will know
That's what he meant.
well at least half of his incoming cabinet, and I've said that if I can in any way help to mend fences between this Labour administration and the incoming Trump administration,
what would you be there to
I
do?
will do so, but not because
Nigel Farage, leader of the Reform Party. How is it that you would mend fences between Labour and the Trump administration? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense.
I support a single thing this Labour government's doing.
Right.
In fact, fewer and fewer people in the country.
Right. Well, see, that's why I'm so dubious about you mending fences with anybody at the Labour Party, since you object to literally everything the Labour Party stands for.
Anything this Labour administration is doing, but I would do so because it is in the national interest, and that is the right thing for me to do.
Okay, that's enough of Farage. Thanks, racist. Moving on. Will someone shove a manhole cover into his gaping pie hole? Would that be sufficient? Hard to say. Alright, let's go here to a channel that I think we basically never watch on here. But he got there before me, and I think he did a decent job for at least this first part that I watched. Let's go to Amsterdam. Wait. Nope.
Disgusting, not real Dutch Moroccans.
There we go. Oh, what the fuck? What in the actual fuck?
Dutch authorities say anti-Semitic rioters attacked Israeli soccer fans after a match between Ajax and Maccabi.
They did say that.
Distorts reality
What
in the service
in the
of the authorities.
Did you see that?
And it's not
Anybody else
just
see
Israeli
that?
media that's doing
I just
that.
clicked all the way back, and it gave me
calling an anti-Semitic attack on Israeli soccer fans.
And to see again Jews who have to run away, innocent people who got nothing to do, did nothing bad to those who harmed them.
What are you feeling? The most safe place on earth for us is Israel, is home.
Videos on social media showed riot police intervening in clashes, with some attackers shouting anti-Israeli slurs. But some footage also showed Israeli supporters chanting anti-Arab slogans before Thursday's evening match. So if you're saying something anti-Israeli, that's a slur. If you're saying something that's anti-Arab, that's a slogan.
Precision of language, please.
Yes, precision of language, please.
Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans chant racist anti-Arab slogans ahead of match in Amsterdam. Let the Israeli army win. Fuck the Arabs. And then every other outlet, of course, in the Western world, I think, didn't necessarily cover that aspect of it at all, like, or what events that triggered this back and forth clash, and instead specifically said that this was a racially charged anti-Semitic pogrom that was conducted. Violent attacks in Amsterdam tied to anti-Semitism from the New York Times. Reporting on the racist Maccabi Tel Aviv fans is exactly what you expect. The New York Times just basically published an Israeli press release not mentioning once that the Israeli mob was chanting about killing Arabs and mocking slaughtered Palestinian children. I think originally the way that this story unfolds is that there is a match between Ajax Amsterdam and Maccabi Tel Aviv. At the beginning of the match, there's a 1-minute silence observed for those who died in the floods in Spain. The Israeli hooligans refused to pay respect and tried to break the silence by behaving shamefully and inappropriately. Is like what Ajax? Okay, sorry. And then the chants that you heard were repeated all around. It bugged me that I couldn't find the video of the entire genocidal song, but then came Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. They arrived at Ben Gurion Airport fleeing from the fake pogrom and started singing the entire song. Yeah, one of the lines is, "Why is school out in Gaza? There are no children left there." The song that they're...
It is horrifying. That's why people don't like Israelis. Because they gleefully sing about genociding children. Massacring babies. And also, according to at least this Hassan video, Mossad, the literal Israeli intelligence, was with these soccer fans. So, I mean, it's just ridiculous. So, if you hear people gaslighting about that, just ask them if Mossad deserves any criticism publicly. Let's go here real quick. Associated Press from 16 hours ago. Actually, this is a Sunday Funday story. We'll skip this. You know, yeah. Let's go to this. This is 2 days ago. Let's go south to Mozambique, Africa, where post-election sort of turmoil has been going on in this country. Jesus. I did not realize there was going to be an image of a dude whose leg was literally like shot. Like just standing there. But here we are. Let's go here to Serbia. So yeah, as you can see here, a disaster at a Serbian train station occurred, killing 14 people, and people are very upset about that. Seems like protests have been happening all over the world. Different reasons. People are upset. Worldwide. I think everyone has a lot of reason to be upset. I think to some degree we have to find a way to come together and aim that all of that in the right directions. Now, of course, that's a big ask. It's very difficult to do such a thing because everybody has different sort of, you know, views, right? It's a cornucopia of views out there in the world. If we could just get everybody focused on corporations and stopping climate change, I think we could at least make a lot of stuff better. A lot of stuff better. Okay, let's move on to, where are we? Let's go to this. This is in Georgia, where tens of thousands of people have taken to the street once again to denounce an election which they are claiming was stolen.
Thousands of Georgians have come out onto the streets of the capital tonight to protest against an election they believe wasn't free or fair. Their president, Salome Zurabishvili, called them out after an election at the weekend which she said was stolen. She told AP earlier that she believes the Russian security services were involved in meddling, and she accused the ruling Georgian Dream Party of working hand in hand with Russia. Many Georgians are concerned that Georgian Dream is taking the country away from the EU and towards Russia, towards Moscow's orbit. Salome Zurabishvili said earlier to us that she is calling on the West, the EU, the United States not to abandon Georgia. Many people here tonight are hoping that these protests will make a big difference. But
what's tough about Georgia in particular is their geography, as they happen to be really deep in Asia, right? Like it's south of Russia, if I'm not mistaken, but on the other side of the Black Sea, well past Ukraine, and north of Kazakhstan. I don't have a map in front of me right now, so I'm sorry. I'm struggling. Actually, maybe further east than that. Sorry, but either way, like, I mean, in terms of, you know, getting help like they're suggesting from the West, it's complicated. That's certainly not the first time we've seen people in Georgia protesting, even this year, about the state of their supposed democracy. Now let's go to this. This was a funny story, which I really wish I had managed to do a clip of earlier. We have not done news in so long. All we've done is the goddamn election. I swear to God. Sasha is alive. See, what did I say, everybody? If we just stay positive, people like Sasha will show up. Just need to have faith. It's like it's like Tinkerbell. You just gotta believe. All right. Now let's go on to here. Actually, oh, I forgot. We have one more story to do before we go to the funny story that I wanted to do. This one's not funny. This is in Ukraine, where at least one person and over a dozen people were injured. One person was killed and over a dozen people were injured in the recent Russian drone attack on the territory. Is it to the west of Kazakhstan? Okay, thank you. It's one of those ones I get kind of fogs up in my head. You know, I'm not perfect. I wish I had a complete photographic memory of all of the countries on the face of the planet. Sadly, I do not. Alright, now let's go to this story. Because this shit is hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. I was highly amused when I saw this. I wish I'd clipped it. Because I probably would have gotten a bunch of clicks or whatever else. But honestly, this story is just... It's hilarious. Because, alright, if you haven't heard of this yet, it's because we've been talking... Everybody's been talking about other stuff. And for no shock. I got an NCC raid. Hey, thanks for the raid, NCC. Why didn't I see a notification for that? What the heck? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, wow, yeah, I see. Got a lot of people in the chat now. Alright, what was I saying? Yeah, let's go on to this hilarious story. Because what's the number again? I think it's duovigintillion, some crazy number. Russia, the government of Russia, has fined Google a sum greater than the world's total GDP, and I'm pretty sure all money on the face of the earth. This was from, like, I think this was from last Sunday, actually.
Cami Knights here in the studio. Good evening to you, Cami. Google is facing its heftiest fine yet.
That's right. It's a number that's difficult to say or even conceive.
Have a go.
It's so high. It's Russia that's fining Google the equivalent of $20 decillion.
Oh,
That's
decillion.
20
Okay.
billion,
It's a little less.
trillion and involves
Yeah.
a lot of zeros, 34 to be exact, a sum much greater than the size of the world's total GDP. The gargantuan amount
I love how it was 20. Like 2 would have just been as hilarious, but they gotta get that 20 in there. No, not 33 zeros, 34 zeros.
from Google's refusal to pay fines for blocking pro-Russian channels on YouTube. State news agency TASS says the fine doubles every day it's not paid, hence why it's reached such unfathomable levels.
Look at the number.
Even the Kremlin spokesperson.
It is hilarious. Hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, quadrillions, quintillions. I always forget whatever that is. Septillions, octillions, nonillions, I think, and then decillion, 20 decillion dollars, not rubles. Just wild. So it's a nonsense. It's a made up number. There isn't 20 decillion of anything on the face of the planet. This is this.
Struggles with the figure and says it's largely symbolic, but that Google should take it seriously nonetheless.
Although the amount is a specifically formulated amount, I can't even pronounce the number.
What?
The amount is full of symbolism. These demands actually just demonstrate.
Yeah, no kidding, it's symbolic. In no way can anybody, and literally anybody, be expected to pay any fine even close to that.
Essence of the claim regarding our Google channels. Google should not be limiting the actions of our broadcasters.
This is ridiculous.
After Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
I don't know. It's just a hilarious fucking story. Most days I struggle to understand why Vladimir Putin or Russia does anything that they do. But this is one of those things that truly threw me for a loop. Just, it's one of those things where it's clearly a petty decision, because in no way can they expect Google to be paying this off. So it's like he said, it's merely symbolic fuck yourself from the Russian government to Google, basically. That's what it adds up to. Now this happened more recently. This is from a few days ago. Let's go to BBC News to discuss apparent mystery fires in U.S. cargo flights.
Russia says Google owes them 2 undecillion rubles.
Yes, we know.
That's a 2 followed by 30.
It's a lot.
The Polish authorities have warned that incendiary packages placed on cargo flights earlier this year were possible practice runs by Russia's spy agency for attacks on transatlantic planes. One package caught fire in a warehouse in Birmingham in July, another on the ground in Germany, and 2 more were found in Poland.
Yeah, and we actually didn't cover this story at all, because I didn't even hear of it until I heard this video. So, I'm sorry. I failed you. But apparently this happened where these flights were targeted by Russian sort of spy agencies, I guess. Feeling very... really loving this timeline that we're in right now. It's my favorite. It's my favorite.
Russia has denied involvement. Let's speak to our security correspondent, Frank Gardner, and details just coming to light of these attacks, Frank.
Well, back in July, on July the 22nd, there was a suspicious package that caught fire, self-ignited, at a DHL warehouse in Minworth, a suburb of Birmingham. And that was put out with. There were no injuries. It was dealt with at the time. But at around that time, another one exploded in a container in Leipzig. Again, it was a package that was due to be placed on a cargo flight. And then there were also 2 other packages in Warsaw, in Poland, and a number of arrests have been made there now. So this is...
Okay. Now, let's keep this moving. I know how late it is. I don't even know how long you've been going. It's got to be close to nearly exactly 5 hours now, which means we got to end soon. Technically, we don't have to end, but usually we don't go past 6 hours. What does this look like? Because Hasanabi? The fuck? Alright, now let's go to Pakistan, where an apparent bomb blast has happened outside of but at a railroad station in Quetta, Pakistan. This is from earlier today. Now, my understanding is that no one has claimed responsibility for this attack yet. So it's hard to say what exactly is the cause, or what was the reasoning behind all of this. But the images are pretty shocking. Appears to be people's luggage just utterly just blasted, scattered across this platform here. Can't imagine just sort of waiting for a train and having a bomb just go off all of a sudden. Be pretty fucking horrifying. Alright, this next one is in Bangladesh. If you recall, there was mass riots in Bangladesh for weeks earlier this year in protest of a law that most, especially younger people, deemed sort of unfair and as just being sort of oppressive and favoring a particular political party or group of people that were connected to the government. And they rioted to the point that their leader was forced to resign and flee the country to India. And recent days, there have been more sort of angry protests at the headquarters of the former Prime Minister party. So yeah, as you can see, people are pretty upset, and considering what the the conditions in Bangladesh are, I don't blame them. They deserve actual democracy here, and hopefully that will happen. I know there was a transition government put in place, but we actually haven't been paying enough attention to this particular situation in India with their change in government, and I should be. But with the the election and everything else that's been going on, I guess I could make excuses, but I'll try and get on that soon, to see what's been going on with that, because I know that they actually had a really great sort of person, I can't remember his name, but very respected sort of like a scholarly almost sort of guy who was put in place as their interim prime minister. And you know, he's very sort of like, so if you listen to any of his policies, he's very like sort of socialist leaning. So you know, we got to look into it. I got to look into it more. It's hard, you know, trying to cover everything out there, and that's basically what I try and do here, is not shy away from any of the stories really. Let's go here to talk a little bit about the tensions in Asia, which we have really not had time to talk about. Once again, another one of these things on our list, unfortunately, that we've just sort of ignored for the last week and a half. Let's go first to Taiwan, where they were doing live fire drills on the coast. This is from about... I think we actually watched this one on stream. This was like from 12, 13 days ago or something like that. This exercise simulated the enemy using the cover of night to attempt to land and launch an assault on our troops. The purpose of the drills is to enhance the combat readiness of Taiwanese forces in night operations. Now let's go here, South Korea. This was from 10 days ago. South Korea and U.S. hold joint military exercises amid rising tensions with North Korea. Aw, thanks for the stickers. Hey, those are some sweet stickers. I think we saw the lemon one already, didn't we? I can't remember. I love that fox though. I appreciate that. Good job. I don't know what the good job is. I don't know what kind of good job I did on what specifically, but I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody contributing. It's so nice that we don't have to tell YouTube viewers to go other places to donate now. Although I still recommend everybody check out the Patreon if you haven't become a member yet, because you get a whole bunch of sweet bennies. But you know, just throwing that out there. But I appreciate your stickers. Okay, back to this escalating tensions in the freaking in Asia. Okay. All right, let's go here. This is from the next day. More South Korean U.S. joint air drills. I really wish we could all just sort of chill out. It seems like the very opposite of what's happening right now. Good job at my job? Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. I gotta say, I think I love both of those stickers. Like, the fox, just super cute, but the lemon, it's got this can-do attitude, you know? Sort of just like, I'm a lemon, but hey, when life gives you lemon. Okay, now let's go here to North Korea. This was from the very same day.
A test and maybe a warning shot. North Korea fired an intercontinental ballistic missile, thought to be similar to this one, that went higher and stayed in the air longer than any other missile they've launched. South Korea and Japan say it could be a new weapon.
We condemn it in the strongest terms.
The U.S.'s top diplomat calling on Kim Jong-un to stop.
I see a North Korea which feels that it has a moment to do these things, with Russia and China having its back at the Security Council, with Russia needing its assistance.
A former Canadian ambassador says it does not mean an attack is imminent, but it shows North Korea seizes advantages where it can and is...
Yeah, and I mean, this is concerning. I mean, this is North Korea, you know, not only showing their willingness and readiness to potentially strike places, but their capability of being able to strike places very far away. I mean, this intercontinental ballistic missile here is apparently the furthest range missile that they've ever launched, at least according to reports. And yeah, let's go to this. On this same launch. Calm down. All right, staying calm. Staying.
가장 정확한 적수들을 전율케 할 전체 국방 과학자들과.
Staying calm.
North Korea says this week's missile test featured a new intercontinental ballistic missile it calls the Hwasong-19. State-run television showed videos of the test and photos of leader Kim Jong-un and his daughter at the launch site. Pyongyang lauded it as the world's strongest strategic missile and said it demonstrated the country's military muscle.
Like, here's the thing. They might not strike the U.S., but let's not forget that North Korea just sent thousands of troops to the front lines in Russia's war with Ukraine. So there is possibility for these missiles being used in other places for other reasons. Not just because they hate the U.S. Right? You get what I'm saying here? Like, it's just there's concerns.
Korea warned after the test that North Korea could receive missile technology from Russia as a reward for its help in Russia's war with Ukraine. The Pentagon says it's still assessing the missile launch and didn't yet see any sign of Russian involvement. The Hwasong-19 appears to have the range to strike nearly anywhere in the United States, though questions remain about whether the North has mastered guidance technology and other challenges.
You love North Korean news announcements. They are funny. No, you're you're totally right about that. They have a very specific vibe. Maybe Trump can get our news announcers to talk like that. You want me to do that? Everybody. All right, now I'm gonna I'm gonna upset people. 52 likes. That's a lot of likes. That's another Jessica. We can't do two Jessicas. That's a Worf. Okay. Now, I don't know if I can give you that Worf. I don't think I can give you that Worf, but I will save it for next stream. As you can see, no support characters because I forgot to, in my recent reorganizing, re-add a duplicate of the TV. So we're doing full screen today. Say lovey. All right. Let's keep it moving. To this. Here's the United Nations from 5 days ago. I love how the United Nations have a YouTube channel.
I give the floor to Mr. Khaled Kiari.
Madam President, Excellencies, on 31st of October, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea announced through its official news agencies that it had launched Hwasong-19 intercontinental ballistic missiles at approximately 7:11 a.m. local time earlier that day. With a flight duration of 1 hour and 26 minutes, the missile flew a distance of approximately 1,000 kilometers, reaching an altitude of over 7,000 kilometers before falling into the sea. The DPRK described this latest launch as a very crucial test that updated the recent records of the strategic missile capability of the DPRK. Regrettably, the DPRK did not issue any airspace or maritime safety notifications, posing a serious risk to international civil aviation and maritime traffic, with the potential for unintended incidents. Madam President, since the DPRK announced its 5-year military development plan in January 2021, aimed at acquiring new military capabilities, it has launched at least 11 ICBMs. The Hwasong 19 sets new records in terms of flight duration and altitude.
Okay. Well, the Assistant Secretary General seems a little concerned, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, he seems slightly worried. And I think everybody needs to chill the heck out, and, you know, North Korea should probably stop funding, well, not funding, but, well, making, you know, weapons for Russia, and doing all these things, and the United States should probably stop, you know, doing all these extra military tests with regional powers. It just seems, it's just a vibe. I just don't like the vibe. We've been talking about it now for a little while. But, you know, the World War III vibes are frustratingly evident right now. With the number of conflicts going on, I no longer feel like I'm being irresponsible by saying it. Like, and I've avoided saying it for so long, but considering everything that's going on, it does not feel so out of place. Now let's go to the Middle East. Start off with these, nice and slow. 10 days ago, satellite photos of Israel's strike on Iran.
Satellite pictures taken for and analyzed by the Associated Press show damage at an Iranian Revolutionary Guard base after Israel's strike on the country. These photos show the Sharud spaceport. This is a spaceport that's run by Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard, which answers only to Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. This photos show damage at a main facility there, as well as other buildings and what appears to be a hangar at the site. And these photos are important for a couple of reasons. The first is that it shows damage in Iran's Semnan province. Iran so far hasn't said that any attacks took place in Semnan province. It's not one of the 3 provinces that they initially announced after Israel's attack on Saturday.
Okay, let's keep it moving. I'm trying to get us caught up again. Feels like we're doing like instead of a week ending report, we're doing like a like a week and a half ending report. Due to the fact that we just like ignored everything with the election going on. Oh boy. And that was well used time, by the way. I'm glad we did that. Let's go here, CNN, 9 days ago, where the Saudi foreign minister had some words. Let's see what this is about.
I asked the Saudi Foreign Minister, Prince Faisal bin Farhan, what he makes of suggestions that his countries and others in the Gulf could have done more to prevent the current situation, for example, in Gaza. I also pressed him on whether his country would even consider normalizing relations with Israel, absent of a concrete plan for Palestinian statehood. Have a listen.
I will say on the kingdom's part, we have been anything but ambiguous. We have been quite categorical. We called, in the instance of Gaza, for instance, for a ceasefire from the very beginning. We were very clear that even with the horrors of October 7th, that an overreaction by Israel was extremely dangerous. And we have seen the reality that Israel's reaction and its continuing military assault in Gaza has led to a humanitarian catastrophe that has not only impacted the citizens of Gaza, that has not only resulted in tens of thousands of unjustifiable civilian deaths. It's also really put a huge question mark on the international systems of rules and governance, on the legitimacy of international humanitarian law, international law, and its applicability in ways that have been really ununiform. So we've said that from the beginning. So we have been very unambiguous about it.
I don't want reality.
We will continue to engage. We engaged from the beginning as well on trying to find pathways out of the conflict. We have the group, the Arab League OIC contact group, but we also had a group of Arab states that had engaged with the United States and others to try and find ways to reach a potential ceasefire, supporting, of course, the efforts of the US, Qatar, and Egypt, and others. So ambiguity is not what we, in the kingdom, practice. We practice a very clear foreign policy based on clear guiding principles, but also, of course, from a prospect of not being drawn into confrontation in any way.
You have described Israel's assault on Gaza as genocide, and you've talked about Israel having to face consequences. What do you mean very specifically by that?
I mean, if we look just what's happening now in northern Gaza, where we have a complete blockade of any access for humanitarian goods, coupled with a continuing military assault, without any real pathways for civilians to find shelter or to find safe zones, that can only be described as a form of genocide. It is certainly against humanitarian law, international humanitarian law, and that is feeding a continuing cycle of violence, because this level of destruction, this level of really devaluing of human lives, of the lives of ordinary Palestinians, will feed a cycle that is against everybody's interest. And that's why we are trying to focus, even in this very difficult time, on a better future. And that's why we have focused on the issue of a two-state solution, of building a Palestinian state. I will say that while we talk about a two-state solution, the reality is the state of Israel exists. So now it's about establishing the state of Palestine and ensuring that the Palestinians can reach a place where they receive their right to self-determination.
In a speech on Monday, the Israeli Prime Minister made no mention of a need to end the war in Gaza, no talk of any, quote, day after plans, no mention of the Palestinians. Now, you have been, and just this week with the meeting here in Riyadh, hoping to get some concrete...
Sorry, I forgot how long this video is, and I totally forgot where in the video I wanted to clip. So I'm just gonna say what Faisal bin Farhan said during this interview, and hopefully that's good enough for now. Maybe we'll go back to another day. But I guess what he said, this was 9 days ago in an interview on CNN at this conference here, the Future Investment Invitational or whatever it's called. And what he said was that normalization with Israel at this time is off the table in regards to Saudi Arabia, as they see it, until Palestinian statehood is resolved, and not before it, which presents a huge sort of road bump to all of this, but is fair and is hopefully will be something to make Israel reconsider some of the stuff they're talking about doing, like settling Gaza and all this other shit. But time will only tell. And of course, you know, I have plenty of criticisms for Saudi Arabia. Just in this moment, it's important to hear what he has to say, because Saudi Arabia is supposedly one of the important partners that America needs to get all this done. All right, let's go here. This was on the same day that this happened, where Palestinians blamed Israel for having attacked UNRWA's West Bank offices. But of course, I'm pretty sure. I mean, this is not.
Of the UN Agency
this is not shocking,
Palestinian
considering Israel just made right before this, I believe, if I recall correctly, time-wise, was when Israel decided that UNRWA was now an illegal organization within the confines of Israeli territory and or Palestine. So, although actually, I don't think they declared Palestine, but it was implied. I think it was implied to everyone.
These have been heavily damaged during an Israeli raid in a West Bank refugee camp. The official Palestinian news agency alleged Israeli military bulldozers had partially demolished the UNRWA building. However, the Israeli military denied it damaged the building in the Nur Shams refugee camp. It said militants had planted explosives nearby and set them off to attack Israeli troops, and that the blast had likely damaged the building. The incident comes after Israel's parliament passed laws this week effectively banning UNRWA's operations in Israel and the Palestinian territory.
Right, okay, it was. That's what I thought. Alright. Another unshocking but horrifying development. I'd like to go back to being shocked by things like this, please. Thank you. I shouldn't be expecting this kind of stuff to be happening. This is not the world we're supposed to be living in. It's a UN agency building. Attacked by supposedly the only democracy in the fucking Middle East, my ass. Alright, let's go here to TRT World. I'm gonna skip this one. We just went over that. Yeah. Okay.
It's been nearly 3 weeks since U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin warned Israel that it could face restrictions on U.S. aid, including a possible halt to weapons transfers
come and gone.
if it does not take immediate action to let more humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. For weeks now, Israel has laid siege to northern Gaza, severely limiting the flow of aid, including food, water, and medical supplies.
It is still roughly the same. There have been little improvement.
The fact is the 30-day like sort of timeline that was given, in my opinion, was this sort of completely tone-deaf political move in an attempt to push this off until after the election, as if somehow we hadn't supported Israel enough and that people who are pro-Israeli might be like put off and not vote for Kamala because of it or something. And it was just, it was idiotic, stupid. And if I might have gotten them a few votes if they'd actually just said, no, you need to do it now.
Here and there on things like additional routes opening up inside Gaza and work around, trying to work through some of the security issues. But the situation still remains not at a level that we find acceptable.
Blinken spoke by phone on Friday with Israel's Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer, urging further action to increase aid to civilians in the enclave. Israeli journalist Gideon Levy dismisses the U.S. warning as a hollow threat.
It's becoming pathetic. Pathetic. Also, all this issue of humanitarian aid. Not humanitarian aid is what Gaza needs. Gaza needs freedom. Gaza needs stability. Gaza needs rehabilitation and not more sacks of rice or less sacks of rice. I mean, rice will not solve the problem of Gaza, and the Americans again and again.
You need water to cook rice.
Lip service for humanitarian aid just to feel good with themselves. Okay, we supplied the people with rice and oil. Now they are happy. No, that's not the problem of Gaza.
Political analyst Mohammed Helsa says the United States giving Israel 30 days to allow for a steady stream of desperately needed humanitarian aid, especially into the northern Gaza Strip, is nothing more than giving Israel...
Wow, bad lefty. I'm not going to repeat what you just said. Not going to do it. R.I.P. Now, let's go quickly to Lebanon, because let's not forget that it's not just Gaza anymore, or the West Bank anymore that's getting bombed and attacked and occupied by Israel. It's also Lebanon. Let's go to Beirut. Actually, no. Baalbek first. This is 2 days ago. Associated Press. By the way, Baalbek happens to have, if I'm not mistaken, like a dozen or more very ancient, like historical, you know what I mean? Like, my brain's broken, so I can't think of the right words, but like historical sites, like this. Like, look at it. Look at this. Look at it. Look at it. Just bombing directly next to a fucking World Heritage Site. This is insane. This is insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
What in the fuck is going on?
هيدي الاستهدافات الغاشمة من العدو الإسرائيلي اللي استهدف مدينة بعلبك واستهدف المناطق الأثرية فيها. اليوم المبنى اللي تم استهدافه بيعود تاريخه ل 250 سنة.
Sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I got so distracted by the insanity that I forgot to translate. The building that was targeted today is over 250 years old. From the Ottoman era. In addition to Palmyra Hotel, it was visited by numerous international figures. This is insane. What's happening? As well as the damage that hit Baalbek Temple behind us in the frame. We are waiting for the report by UNESCO. Yeah, those are the people that deal with the World Heritage Sites. And the General Directorate of Antiquities to evaluate the damage.
هيدا الدمار اللي لحق بقلعة بعلبك حيث انه المبنى المستهدف هو بيقع بالوسط ما بين اوتيل بالميرا وقلعة بعلبك.
This is insanity.
اليوم
When will Israel be stopped? Congratulations. Oh, thank you, Nadia. I appreciate that. I hope that it's not as bleak as you're suggesting there, but honestly, it's hard to assess at this moment. It's hard. It's hard to assess. But your concerns, they could be valid. And I hate to say this, but I hope they're not. I hope you're wrong. But it is certainly a concern. I think most of us are, at least, you know, some degree, thinking about, at least people in this chat. Maybe not everybody, but certainly, you know, I think I trust people here. All right, let's go on here. This is, we're caught up now to the, you know, last 24 hours. So, good job everybody for making it this far. We do have a few more to go. Let's see. We're gonna stay in we're gonna stay in Lebanon, but we're gonna go to Beirut now, where Israel attacked an apartment building in a suburb of Beirut. Apartment building counts as a military target. Hamas was probably underneath it. Oh wait, it's Lebanon, so I guess Hezbollah must have been in. I don't know. They also seemingly only hit the apartment building, so I guess they must have been inside it. All right, I'm sorry. I gotta stop trying to steel man Israelis' strikes. Clearly unjustified attack on an apartment building here in Beirut, Lebanon, the capital. A place that used to be completely safe from any of this kind of stuff. But Israel's decided is completely on the table. Did I get your first super chat? I think so. I'm pretty sure. Let's see, another strike.
Illegal.
It was horrifying. I can't even imagine. It's just a normal neighborhood suddenly on fire because Israel decided that they don't like that neighborhood being there anymore or something. I honestly don't know. It's just people just living at the whims of psychopaths right now in the Middle East. Where are we now? Okay, let's go to this. This was protests outside of I think this was in Tel Aviv. This was directly after Netanyahu fired Yoav Gallant, which I found, I mean,
the Lebanese army says an Israeli strike near...
blown away when I heard about this news. We're skipping past the actual news story because we're just going to go straight to the protest because I think most people know about it. I want to assume most people know about it. But if you didn't hear, Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, like, guy charged with crimes by the ICJ right now, right? Right? Am I wrong? Or is it the ICC? Fuck. Literally, basically Benjamin Netanyahu's, like, number one. Number two.
The Lebanese army says an Israeli strike near an army checkpoint in the southern city of Sidon has killed 3 people and wounded 7.
Sorry, let's get back to it. We just talked about this, didn't we? Yeah, let's go here. Actually, I guess she gets right to it, huh? Okay.
At the time. Meanwhile, the Israeli military says 5 Israeli soldiers were killed and 16 others wounded in combat in southern Lebanon in recent weeks. More protests have been taking place in Israel following the sacking of the Defence Minister Yoav Gallant. Demonstrators took to the streets of Jerusalem last night after riots and road closures around the cities of Haifa and Tel Aviv on Tuesday. The protesters called on the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to resign after he sacked Mr Gallant for what he called a crisis of trust. The pair have had a tumultuous relationship ever since Netanyahu first tried to sack Gallant in March 2023 for opposing his plan to overhaul the judiciary. Since then, they've had strong disagreements on how to conduct the war in Gaza. Joe Inwood is in Jerusalem and told us more.
Yeah, so we've seen a couple of nights of protests now. The first night we saw riot police, we saw horses. They even used something called skunk water, a smelly water, to try and disperse the crowds. And it shows you the strength of feeling amongst some here about the decision to remove Mr Gallant as defence minister. Now, the reason people feel so...
You went to Israel in the 90s? I know people who've been to Israel. I know people who did Hillel. I know somebody who became rabbi. I mean, we've talked about in the past, although I don't talk much about myself at all. But I do have, you know, some Jewish family I grew up with, and I'm not personally a Jewish person, but yeah, it's you know, a lot of people have been to Israel and have taken different things from it and are sort of presented different things, and there's clearly a place where there are multiple realities depending upon who you are, right? Like, that seems to be the most important part of to how much you enjoy being in Israel or whatever, right? Like, I don't know. I could be wrong. I mean, obviously, ethics and morals also come into play. But whatever. People take different things from it, is all I'm saying.
About this is because in many ways he was seen as one of the last voices in the cabinet of Benjamin Netanyahu that really challenged him, that really presented a different view of things. Now, the position of Mr. Netanyahu was that trust had broken down, and that's why he needed to go. Mr. Gallant needed to go. But when the defense minister, former defense minister, I should say, resigned, he painted a rather different picture. He said there were 3 key areas of disagreement between the two. Now, number one was the need for a hostage deal. He said it would be painful for the country, but it was a compromise that they could do. The second one is to do with conscription. Now, in this country, all Israelis have to serve in the armed forces, but there are exemptions for members of the ultra-Orthodox community, and that's something that Mr. Gallant wanted to change, but something that the Prime Minister was opposed to because his coalition government depends on the support of ultra-Orthodox parties. And then finally, there's the need for an inquiry into the events of October the 7th, and it was those 3 points that proved, irreconcilable between these two men, and it's
irreconcilable, huh? Okie dokie. Just wow. This government is collapsing in front of our eyes right now. Okay, oh, I thought I left all the Lebanon stuff together. Son of a bitch. We're gonna skip this. We'll do this tomorrow. We've gone too long. We've gone too far. Let's go to this. This is really the breaking news of the day. And this is gonna be our second to last, or really our last story, but second to last video, so... round of applause for having made it this far. Let's talk about this. This is really this is where it's at. This says everything about the state of everything right now with regards to this Middle East situation. I don't even know what to call it anymore. But Qatar has now officially withdrawn as mediator between Israel and Hamas. This is a report from 13 hours ago, BBC News. And they've been if you have been paying attention to this, they've been the mediator, essentially the main mediating party for the last year. This is bad.
We start with breaking news from the Middle East, where prospects of any deal to end the Israel-Gaza war have been dealt another blow, with reports that the mediators, Qatar, are pulling out of negotiations. The Gulf state has played a key diplomatic role in trying to bring an end to the conflict, to prevent further loss of life, secure the release of the remaining Israeli hostages held by Hamas, as well as taking part in talks. Qatar has hosted the political office of Hamas, allowing the group to operate with relative freedom. Well, let's speak to our correspondent, Joe Inwood, who's in Jerusalem for us. Joe, just talk us through what we know.
So we've had reports come through in the last hour or so that have come from the Reuters and AFP news agencies quoting a Qatari diplomatic source saying that they are no longer participating, they're no longer taking part, as you were saying, as a key mediator in these peace talks between Hamas and Israel. They also had strong words for both sides, essentially implying that neither were negotiating, neither were operating in good faith. And as a follow-on to that, they said that therefore the Hamas political office, which has been based in Qatar since 2012, no longer serves any purpose. They didn't elaborate on that. But this follows also reports we had earlier in the day coming from Washington that a senior official there, also quoted by news agencies, saying that they no longer thought it was acceptable for Hamas to have its office based in Qatar as long as they were refusing to take part in negotiations, which reportedly they turned down the deal that was put to them in October.
That sounds like Israel saying they're going to bomb Qatar next.
Had a number of developments today, all of which paint a fairly bleak picture from any prospects of some sort of negotiated deal.
Yes, so just
it's rough. This is is exactly the opposite news that anybody who's pro-Palestinian should want to hear right now.
Talk us through what this now means for any potential talks in the future. What are the mechanisms? How could this work?
Well, I mean, it's worth saying that these talks have basically been going nowhere as far as we can tell for months. There were reports of something on the table earlier in the year, a deal that was agreed by the Americans and by Hamas, which was reportedly turned down by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel, and then also reports that they weren't getting any progress in October. We had some suggestion they were going to be restarting, but really they haven't been making any substantial progress as far as anyone can tell.
Oh, absolutely, they haven't made any substantial progress as far as anybody can tell. I mean, my God. And here's confirmation of all this. Al Jazeera English, from 3 hours after that BBC news came out. Here is Qatari. I think this is one of their ministers. I can't remember who this guy is exactly, but this is a Qatari official saying that Qatar will only resume mediation efforts once all sides show willingness and seriousness.
Qatar's foreign ministry has denied that it had asked the Hamas political bureau to leave Doha. This comes after multiple media outlets reported that the Qatari government had asked the group to leave. In a statement, the foreign ministry said the country had not withdrawn from mediating, but that during previous ceasefire talks, Qatar had warned that it would stall its mediation efforts if they were unsuccessful. It says it will resume efforts when the parties show their willingness and seriousness to end the brutal war and the ongoing suffering of civilians. The ministry went on to say that Qatar will not be blackmailed and that negotiations can't be used as an excuse to continue the war on.
So yeah, I mean, it's a matter of semantics, right? It's not quote unquote ended. They are suspended indefinitely until Israel makes any sort of effort at being serious, which they haven't done, right? So I mean, in practice right now, they're over until Israel shows any real genuineness. And since they haven't, my interpretation of all that is it is over until somebody else takes over power. Because I don't see Benjamin Netanyahu coming back to the table. He'll blame it on Qatar. He'll say Qatar gave up. He'll say everybody gave up on Palestine because, they're what's the word? Unredeemable or something like that. And it's going to be, I mean, that's just my guess. Yeah. Well, that was it. Well, we got through another one. It was difficult, but thankfully we had each other. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next time, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. I also want to say thank you to everybody who chose to use the super chats and super stickers today on this first of our monetized ever streams. Really appreciate all of you as well. Wait, how long have we been going for? We're gonna have to do a super short, like a 12-minute after stream. Alright, I see at least 1-1. That's good enough for me. I'm just gonna